Hello.
I'd like to call to order the Committee of the Whole meeting for Tuesday, August 11th, 2020. First on the agenda is roll call.
Miller,
Here.
Rosato,
Here.
Beck, here, Knopf,
Here.
Chancet,
Here.
Barron, here, Wolf,
Here.
O'Brien,
Here.
Callahan,
Here.
Meitzler,
Here.
Malay,
Here.
Ewer,
Here.
Cerrone,
Here.
and McFadden.
Here.
Okay. Awesome. So we have everybody here tonight. Next up on the agenda is a reminder to please speak directly into the microphone for the BATV recording. And anybody from the public will be using the single stand mic right in the middle of the room here. And then everybody that's on a phone call coming in, make sure you have your mic off and do not use speakerphone when you talk. Thank you. Next up would be item number 3, approve the minutes for July 14th and July 28th, 2020.
Second.
Motion by Chancet, second by Ewer. Roll call.
Chancet,
Aye.
Barron, aye, Wolf,
Aye.
O'Brien,
Aye.
Callahan,
Aye.
Meitzler,
Aye.
Malay,
Aye.
Ewer,
Aye.
Cerrone,
Aye.
McFadden,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Rosato,
Aye.
Beck, aye, Knopf,
Aye.
motion carried.
Okay. Next up would be items to be removed, added, or changed. Do we have anything this evening?
No, we don't.
Okay. As planned. Next up would be item number 5, matters from the public for items not on the agenda. Is there anybody here from the public for anything not on the agenda tonight? Okay, seeing none, we will move on then to the consent agenda. Alderman Chancet.
Your Honor, just one item, Resolution 20-96-R, authorizing the mayor to execute an intergovernmental agreement amendment with the Illinois Department of Transportation related to the maintenance of traffic control devices. And I would move that we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Motion by Chancet, second by Knopf. Roll call, please.
Chancet,
Aye.
Barron, aye, Wolf,
Aye.
O'Brien,
Aye.
Callahan,
Aye.
Meitzler,
Aye.
Malay,
Aye.
Ewer,
Aye.
Cerrone,
Aye.
McFadden,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Rosato,
Aye.
Beck, aye, and Knopf.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Next up is item number 7, a presentation on the Mahoney Creek Watershed Study Plan by H.R. Green. Andrea's going to start us off here tonight.
Tonight we have Logan Gilbertson with us from HR Green. They've been working with staff, Gary Homer, Laurie, myself, over the last few months, looking at the Mahoney Creek watershed, ranging from east of Kirk Road all the way down to the discharge point in the Fox River, walking the creek and looking at locations of erosion and just areas that need treatment. We did an educational webinar.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but being on the phone, I can barely hear anyone even speaking. Can someone please speak into a microphone?
Is that better? Oh.
There you go.
There it is.
Way better.
Okay, I will start over then, so everyone can hear. Tonight we have Logan Gilbertson from HR Green here to do a presentation on the Mahoney Creek watershed. They've been working with staff over the last couple of months, looking at all the way from the beginning of the creek, including the tributary on the east side of Kirk Road, all the way down to the discharge location at the Fox River, looking at erosion and all different types of water associated things with movement as it goes through the watershed. So Steve Zimmerman's also will be available for questions. He will not be presenting at the moment though, but I'm going to pass it over to Logan. And he did our presentation for the educational piece for the residents back last month in July. And so with that, here's Logan.
Thank you, Andrea. Can you all hear me all right? All right, thank you. Okay, so really quick, we have a lot to cover today. And I'll start off by going through what we're actually going to cover. We'll discuss the goals of the study, go into a very brief history of Mahoney Creek, discuss the stream assessment that Steve and I did. We also completed a residential survey as part of this stream assessment, go through a few of the high priority projects that were identified, funding mechanisms, and then we'll save question and answer for the end. So the goals of this study were to assess the current condition of the creek, then to identify potential ways to improve the creek itself. Then go through and identify which areas really needed the most high priority improvements. And lastly, we were going to identify funding sources, grants, and things like that. So we'll start right into the history of Mahoney Creek. And when I say history, we're going way back. This is back to 1840. So these are really the first bits of information that we have as engineers and ecologists to look back at what the environment was like before humans really interacted with it. So back in 1840, this shows the Fox River there. It identified, you see the mouse right here. We also see Mahoney Creek. Oh, sorry about that. Mahoney Creek is this black squiggly line here. And you also see that Batavia is not really a city yet. We also see that the area was identified as timber in the red box there. So what this means is that it was a savanna woodland type of ecosystem. This is likely what the area would have looked like before settlers came in and started to manipulate the landscape. You may be asking, why does this matter? Today, everything has changed quite a bit. So the reason we go back and look at this type of stuff is because if we are doing an ecological restoration or any type of stream stabilization, it helps to know what nature would have done without human interactions. The next bit of data that we have comes from our 1939 aerials provided by the state of Illinois. So you see a lot of things have changed between 1840 and basically 100 years later. The building that we're in today is here now. A lot of the city of Batavia has shown up. We also have the Mahoney Creek tributary is now visible. It wasn't mapped in the 1840 maps. That doesn't mean it wasn't there, but there is a good chance that it was not as large as it is today. And you also note that a lot of the area that was called out as timber is now open agricultural field. These black areas here, these are likely still remnant oak savannas. And this little parcel right here is Shanahan Grove Park, which still today exists and has some of those trees that were called out in the 1840 maps. So what do we have today? The stream has been changed quite a bit. We now have a totally different stream alignment in many locations. That orange squiggly line on there, that is what it was in 1939, and the blue line is what it is today. So you can see actually in a few spots there are houses where the creek used to be, and the creek was straightened in many locations, likely to assist with development. Now overall, Mahoney Creek and its tributary drained about 2 square miles, 1,300 acres. The watershed, the area that drains into the creek, that means everything that is within that black boundary, any drop of rain that falls in there, if it doesn't soak into the ground, is going to work its way to the stream eventually. Now it's mostly made up of residential area, bounded by Kirk and Wilson. As you get upstream of Wilson, you have a lot of industrial areas. And then we have the Fermilab property that is mostly open space with native vegetation there. So, a lot has really changed since 1840. To summarize things is that as everything has developed, we've increased the amount of impervious area. There are more roads, buildings, and that results in less water soaking into the ground. It also results in more water flowing into the creek than it originally had handled 140 years ago. We also have gone through lots of construction in the watershed to obviously build everything here. There are now detention basins there. These were installed to help mitigate the effects of paving, so they store water and release it slowly. But what that has done is it also increases the amount of time that water is flowing through Mahoney Creek. So it changes the hydrology of the channel. And lastly, much of the watershed is cultivated with the most common crop in Chicagoland, and that's turf grass. So with turf grass, people like to have it weed-free and looking green. That comes with a lot of fertilizer and herbicides. So, what are the findings of our stream assessment? we went through and broke the stream down into 17 reaches. A reach is a segment of the creek that has a similar characteristic to it. It might have similar vegetation on the banks, it could be a similar level of erosion, or just a similar cross-section, meaning the shape of the stream is a U or it's kind of trapezoid. But every single reach along there, Steve and myself walked through it and gave them a rating. That was me. And then the ratings were assigned to give us an idea of areas that actually need improvements. Now this exhibit up here just depicts what condition these stream banks are in. So everything in red is considered a severely eroded stream bank. The yellow is moderately eroded, green is minor erosion. We are recommending that severe erosion and moderate erosion are items that really could be addressed, could be improved upon. Typically, minor erosion is something that's maybe less than a foot high or so. It's not in need of immediate being addressed. Sorry, I'm doing this off of memory, but the severe erosion was, I believe, 13% of the overall channel length. Moderate was about 47%, and the minor was about 40%. So when you consider the health of the whole watershed, there was quite a bit on the severe to moderate erosion side. Additionally, we looked at the riparian area. This is where Steve really comes in, because the riparian area is the area just outside of the stream itself. This is the woods that are there, the prairie, if there is any, or in some cases turf grass. It's basically the buffer along the creek. And Steve was able to give them each a rating as healthy, degraded, or sadly, the riparian area along the creek was all in a degraded or poor state. We have a few photos here from our assessment. So we did note lots of locations where there were debris jams, as depicted in that first picture in the top left. That's actually a bunch of trees and yard waste that have built up in the Route 25 culvert. We also identified locations that had very severe erosion in the top center picture. That bank is approximately 16 feet high, actively eroding, and there are cars parked at the top of it. We also identified locations in the bottom left picture there where residents are losing their private property, or they're actually encroaching into the creek trying to regain property. We found a few spots where infrastructure was in need of repair, as depicted in the top left picture there, and this is something that Andrea has already begun to address. We identified lots of locations where turf grass was going right up to the edge of the stream, as in the top right picture. So this may look really nice and pretty and clean. However, turf grass is not the best way to stabilize a stream bank, and we'll discuss that a little bit more in detail in a moment. Also identified lots of trees that are being undercut. So there is actually erosion occurring that is leaving the roots exposed, and after we receive storms like we did yesterday, it can very easily push a tree like this or this into the stream and cause more problems. But it's not all doom and gloom. We did see plenty of very healthy portions of the creek. The top left picture there is Reach 2, just downstream of Manchester. This area, there's exposed bedrock, and that means the creek's not going anywhere. It's solid. We had Woodland Hills Park. It was recently restored. We also had all of Reach 8, which extends from Forest to Shanahan Grove Park. The residents in this area have been doing an extraordinary job maintaining their stream bank. So if any of you are here today, thank you. All right, one thing Andrea had mentioned is that due to us all wearing masks in the ongoing pandemic, we were unable to do a full open house to gain input from all the residents who live in the watershed. So in lieu of doing that, a survey was mailed out to 442 residents who live within the watershed. Of that 442, we had 68 respond. They're all depicted on this map in green. And of them, a third of the residents who lived along the waterway itself actually responded. We're going to go into their responses a little bit here in a moment. But this survey was sent out in advance of doing a webinar. We wanted to understand what everyone's concerns were with the creek, gather any ideas that residents had, and then from there, tailor our educational piece and open house, online open house, to match what people were interested in. So we'll go into 4 of those questions that we asked them. The first one was, what are your concerns with your individual property, your home, how it interacts with the creek? I highlighted the 4 most common responses up there in orange. There are flooding, creek erosion, wildlife habitat, and trees. So looking at these things, you can really kind of see that 3 of them are geared mostly towards things that are kind of related to the health of the stream: the erosion, wildlife habitat, and trees. These are things that people normally want in a healthy waterway. We also then asked, as a whole watershed, the creek entirely, what are your concerns with that? And again, we came back getting responses that lended me to think that most of the concerns were actually with the health of the stream rather than making sure it is just a wide open channel to let flood flows through. People want to see a healthy, thriving ecosystem along the stream. Their most common answers up there all indicate that they're concerned with habitat and water quality, in my opinion. All right, one of our other questions was, in your opinion, what do you see as negatively impacting the stream? This is very important because what I see on a couple days walking through the creek may be different from someone who's lived there for 40 years. And overwhelmingly, the 2 causes that everyone is assuming is causing a negative impact relate to overgrown vegetation and debris. When I see these, and when I saw the creek, I would agree with them. So the overgrown vegetation that is along the stream is the degraded riparian area that Steve and I identified. Much of that is dominated by invasive species. These invasive species can lead to stream erosion, which undercuts them, as was pictured a few slides back, and then that allows trees to fall into the creek, leading to debris jams. So these 2 things are tied together, and they matched very closely with what we had seen. And then one of the last questions we asked, which made me pretty happy to see the results of, was what is your opinion of Mahoney Creek? Do you like it, or is this a nuisance that we should try to pipe through all the way to the Fox River? That's not going to happen. But overall, we had a very resounding, yes, we like this stream. So that was a good thing to see. All right. So remember, part of this study was to go through and identify things that could be done to improve the waterway. So I want to share a few examples of what a stream restoration, what a riparian restoration actually could look like within this watershed. So up here, we have a before and after photo of a Flint Creek in Barrington. The picture on the left could very easily be Mahoney Creek. It's a relatively narrow stream, about 10 feet in the average in most spots, and the banks are relatively steep with a lot of overgrown, mostly invasive vegetation. So what an ecological contractor can do on a project like this is they come in, they do selective tree clearing and brush removal. They get rid of all the invasive stuff that we don't want in the riparian area anymore. You can grade the stream banks back so that they are not straight up anymore, pull them back to a more gradual slope, restore it with native vegetation, and this will really help create a more stable stream geometry. Here's another example of a stream restoration that was done. Actually, Steve and I worked on this together. And in my opinion, this looks very much so like what could be done in Reach 11 of Mahoney Creek. And Reach 11 is the Johnson Woods reach just downstream of Wilson. So this stream used to be in a very similar condition to Mahoney Creek is today, and this was improved upon 2 years ago. This is a picture from 1 year ago, though. This is last year's picture, I believe. But you can see after 1 year, you're getting quite a bit of vegetation coming up, and it is looking more like a natural kind of thing you would like to see in your backyard. And one thing that was used on this is something called a two-stage channel design. Sorry about that. So what that means is that rather than just having a creek that is shaped with eroded, nearly vertical sides, when you have a flood and you have conditions like that, the creek gets deeper and deeper and has to go faster and faster to keep moving that water. If you grade back the stream banks so that they have this little bench right here, this is called a floodplain bench, and then a more gradual slope on top of that, you can pass flood flows without having to move the water so quickly. You're able to have your open channel in the middle, but then anytime it spills out of the channel itself, it's able to slow down, soak in a little bit, and not cause such high velocities that lead to the erosion we're witnessing. And lastly, I wanted to give an example of a woodland restoration. This is another project that was completed by AES, our partner on this job. And the picture on the left there looks very much like Shanahan Grove Park. What was done to restore that woodland is you go in, you do selective tree clearing, remove all of the non-native invasive brush, which is basically blocking your view in that left picture, and restore it to an open woodland savanna. You can restore the forest floor with plants that are meant to be here. And what this also does is allow sun to actually get down to the soil again. So you can have plants growing on the ground rather than exposed soil, which is susceptible to erosion. And I have said multiple times through here, native vegetation, native vegetation. I would like to touch on why that is actually so important. So this is an exhibit that many of you may have seen in the past. I believe this is from the NRCS. But what this cross-section shows is not all of them, many native plants from Illinois' prairies. And then on the left here, this little spot is turf grass. It gets to be about 2 to 4 inches high. Root system maybe goes that deep into the ground. So that means that when you have a drought, its roots are the first ones to dry up. All of these native plants, they have root systems that go multiple feet into the ground, so they can handle a period of drought. Another thing that these native plants do very well is they help infiltrate water into the soil. What that means is that when rain falls on the ground and you have a stand of native prairie plants, you have more water soaking in to the ground and not going to the creek. If you have large fields of turf grass, a lot of that water runs off to the creek and can actually contribute to flooding and erosion. 2 more things that native plants do really well: hold the soil in place. Those roots are basically a big matrix grid that help keep everything in place and not let it get washed away. They also anchor themselves to the soil when you have water flowing over them, and that it will actually protect the ground surface from getting the full brunt of flows as water is passing by. So just briefly, that is why native vegetation is very important to have along a waterway. Okay, one of our other objectives of this project was to identify projects that could be implemented. We had to come up with a prioritization plan. But that prioritization plan consisted of just getting the high priority projects. These are actually listed in no particular order, but they all have a good need to be completed. So these were chosen based on a few categories. They were either in terrible condition, they needed addressing pretty quickly. They were easily accessible, meaning they were on property that was either owned by the city or park district or an open space. And a lot of them were actually have a very good chance of gaining grant funding. So those were some of the things that went into identifying these projects above all others. I'll briefly go into each one of these 6. I will go rather quickly, but this presentation will be posted online. So project 1 is located in Michael Wild Park. And we have a few of the statistics up here about the project, but I would like to actually show an exhibit and just speak to that. So the first item here is to explain how flow is going through Michael Wild Park currently. This blue line, the dark blue, is the Mahoney Creek tributary. It is flowing from the southeast to the northwest in this picture. And this red dashed line here is actually flowing entirely through a storm sewer pipe. So that is called a piped stream. Very creative, right? One of the things that we are proposing to do there is to daylight that stream. And daylighting a creek is what it sounds like. It is restoring it back to an open channel. This has a few benefits. It's more ecologically sound, and it also reduces flooding that is occurring in the park. Right now, the flooding is mostly nuisance, in that the pipe cannot carry the full flow. It's flowing over the trail and causing erosion. One other thing to note about Michael Wild Park is that there is a flow control structure right here. That means that Michael Wild Park is meant to actually flood. So currently, pretty much the entire park is turf grass. We are proposing to restore much of the park to a native prairie condition. It does not need to be in this angular engineering look here. It can be very nice and flowy and natural looking. But we wanted to definitely maintain some of the characteristics of turf grass. The park is used for soccer right now and lots of other sports and activities. We didn't want to take all that away. But to benefit the watershed, doing a native restoration through much of the park, doing some selective tree clearing in this northwest corner of the park, and then restoring these stream banks immediately downstream of the flow control structure would all greatly benefit this area. And again, this is owned by the Batavia Park District, so it's predominantly one owner that would need to be coordinated with. All right, project number 2 is referred to as the Kirk Road Detention Expansion. I'll again go to an exhibit and we'll speak over that. So north is to the right in this exhibit, but this is actually an existing detention area. This is the headwaters of the Mahoney Creek tributary. And right here at the front of the culvert, there's a designed wall that is meant to back up flow onto the Fermilab property. This is providing stormwater detention there. Now in 2018, the city had funded a study to determine if more detention could be provided in this green area or in this red area. That study was completed, and it determined 4 different options for providing additional storage here. They ranged from 3 acre-feet to 13 acre-feet. And for an idea of how big an acre-foot is, it is 1 acre by 1 foot deep. It is a measure of volume, and when you're measuring stormwater volume, you tend to need something that's rather large. So one of the things that this study did was come up with grading plans, but it did not align the proposed release rate to what that means to the stream after it leaves there. So one of the things that we were proposing to do is to take that existing study and determine, based on the 4 options, which level the city should really go with. Because you could provide a really big detention cell up there, but it might only provide the same level of benefit downstream as one that's half the size. So I feel like this one needs to have a little bit more design to it. However, putting detention in this area has a benefit that could be an ecological benefit as well. When you're designing a large detention area like this, you have the opportunity to install micro pools and small wetlands and actually create habitat, matching some of the things that the residents wanted to see along the watershed. So in this project, we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You get the ecological benefit, but you could also have a flood control benefit to it as well. All right, our third project that we had identified is from Radent Road to Shanahan Grove. This is on all of our exhibits referred to as Reach 9 of Mahoney Creek. And again, I will go through to the map of the exhibit. So this portion of the stream as well, Radent Road is right here, Hanson and Cleveland up here. Shanahan Grove Park is right here. This portion of the stream also has a buried stream running next to it. This is a pretty unique condition because Mahoney Creek is actually an open channel here, but a portion of it is piped next to it. I have a theory as to why this happened, but we believe that this would be best off if we could just daylight the whole creek. It's actually less sewer that needs to be maintained by the city, and it would be more ecologically friendly. Another thing that's being proposed through this area is that we want to install a couple riffles here. Riffles are little rock structures that help control the grade of the stream. One reason that this reach in particular could benefit from them is that if you remember that 1939 aerial, the creek here used to meander pretty wildly. It used to come up right through this house, all the way up to Cleveland, come down. That means it was a long stream. It had a nice, gentle slope to it. When you straighten it out, you inherently make it steeper, and that means the water is going to be going faster through here. These riffles will help to control that grade and create controlled points for the water to drop. We also are proposing to do that selective tree clearing, maintain all the desirable trees in Shanahan Grove Park, and do invasive shrub and brush removal through here. Try to do that woodland savanna restoration that we depicted in the photo earlier. Also, the stream upstream of Shanahan Grove Park could use a little bit of a riparian buffer restoration. Currently there is one there, but it could be expanded upon a little bit there. There's an existing easement on the creek here. However, the city does not own the creek in this portion. It should be noted that actually the city does not own a majority of the creek itself. It is maintained on private property, Park District property, and there are certain easements in there that allow maintenance to occur if necessary, if a very large tree falls in or something of that nature. But in general, it's the residents' property to maintain. Okay, Mahoney Creek Reach 11. If you remember, I mentioned that this is currently in the worst condition of all the reaches. Steve can attest to this. When we were walking through there, it was so dense with buckthorn, a native or non-native shrub, that we tried to walk through the creek, and the creek was so full of debris that we could barely walk through there. So this one gave us the biggest headache for getting through there. Now this reach is just downstream of Wilson right here, and it runs all the way through to a flow control structure that is just just off of Radent here. So this property is owned primarily by the Johnson Woods HOA. There's also a few private properties along Radent and these parcels up here off of Wilson that are stakeholders in this. So this reach is entirely severely eroded and moderately eroded, and the riparian area is in very poor condition. So what we are proposing here is to do stream bank stabilization along the entire length of the creek, to do a couple of riffles in here, but then also do pretty heavy brush management through here. That means remove all of that non-native shrub and then go through and take out a lot of the trees as well. One thing that was identified on this is, it could be a benefit actually to the HOA and some of the stakeholders, is since this is a big open area and it would be opened up even more if the trees are removed and you can see the creek, this poses the opportunity to actually have potentially some type of path back there for the residents. You know, it can be an educational piece and actually an example for how other reaches could be improved upon in the watershed. Okay, we have two more to go here. Reach 1. This is the last stream reach before it goes into the Fox River. So this is just downstream of River Road, Route 25. And this is the portion that I had shown in those photos where the stream bank is about 16 feet and straight up and down. That runs from right around here along this western or the southern bank, basically to the end of this property. So that is in the worst condition of any of the banks along the creek. This is why it became a very high priority project here. So obviously we would be proposing to fix that, but there are a few other items in this reach that were pretty unique. Down right around here, before we get to this meander, there's a debris jam that has occurred. It has been identified for removal. I don't know if it has been fully removed or not, but it has been there for quite some time and is large enough that it is actually creating a grade drop, meaning the stream bank upstream of the jam and downstream has multiple feet difference on it. So much so that it is starting to push the creek straight across the property here and create a new channel. So we'd be proposing to obviously remove the jam, but then restore it with some type of grade control structure there. It could be one large run of rock through there, it could be multiple steps. But one thing that is really nice about this location is that we have the Fox River Trail right here. So any work that is done on Reach 1 would be visible from the trail. So it would be a educational piece again for residents who are coming through the area. All right, and the last one is Mahoney Creek Reach 5. This is just upstream of Pine. So this creek, this stretch of the creek is pretty typical. It had a lot of moderate and severe erosion. One thing that made it rather unique is that the riparian area is very wide. There are no homes that are immediately abutting the creek here, so it gives the opportunity to really get a nice riparian restoration through here. When we did our assessment, the property owner here had actually told us that she was working on removing invasive brush on her own. The job was a little probably larger than a single person could do on their own, but she was, doing her best to maintain the stream through here. Okay. So we also have just general recommendations for the stream as a whole. In this exhibit here, all the black boxes that are identified, those are the high priority projects. And then everything else in there was what I had shown previously as the different levels of erosion. The high priority projects, as I mentioned, have a good likelihood of being constructed. They have a high constructability. They have high grant probability, and some of them just need to be fixed sooner rather than later. But the rest of the stream should not be ignored. Stream bank restorations can be broken down into smaller stretches. We do not need to do an entire 1,000-foot stretch at one time. You could chunk it out and make it more of an ongoing program. The riparian area restoration too. So this is something that obviously has a quicker benefit if large portions are done at once. However, there are residents currently in Reach 3 here, and as I mentioned, in Reach 8, that have already undertaken this on their own individual properties. And doing work on your own individual property, bit by bit, if you get all your neighbors involved, it can make a very big difference. It's like saving your change at the end of the day. Eventually, you're going to have $100. If everyone contributes a little bit, it's going to help quite a bit. So overall, let's sum up our general recommendations here. Remove any invasive species, if possible, on your property, or have coordinated efforts by the city. Plant native vegetation where possible, and also if you don't live directly on the creek, residents can actually incorporate this on their properties and it still help the creek. As long as they're within the watershed, remember the water from their lot makes its way there. If you can reduce the amount of water leaving your property, you're helping the creek. We're also recommending to, in general, do stabilization of the moderate and severely eroded banks. And we also have a cost summary down here. This cost summary is included in our report as a reach-by-reach summary, but we also have it broken down by only doing the 6 high-priority projects. And the cost for those 6 high-priority on the low end was about $2.8 million, up to $3.5 million on the high end of the estimate. These estimates, I should say, also include the design, permitting, and construction of the actual project itself. All right, so those are pretty big numbers. How can we help to fund projects of this nature? As I mentioned, many of these are on private property or owned by private entities other than the city. So that means that coordination is something that would be key in achieving any of these projects. The city has the option to actually help to coordinate some of these things. A lot of these projects, such as regrading a stream bank, they are, I will say, probably beyond the scope of what a single individual resident can do. The permitting alone to do a stream bank stabilization can run in the thousands of dollars, just in fees to review agencies. One other thing to consider is that if you have a property line down the middle of the creek, you don't really want a resident on one side doing this big restoration, changing the slope of the channel, and then the one on the other side leaving it eroded. You would like to try to get a cohesive plan on here. A way to pay for these, in the past, we have recommended the use of special service areas, so that way the residents who are benefiting the most from it are the ones who are contributing to it. I also mentioned that grant funding is very common for projects that are improving water quality. I was actually trying to think if I've done a project in the past 5 years that did not have some form of grant funding and was a restoration job, and I couldn't think of one. And Steve, I think you could attest that, yeah, most of them do receive some form of grant funding. We've also done projects that use TIF funding to incorporate into a project. As I mentioned, a lot of these can actually benefit flooding in the area, so therefore they can be used in improving the economics of an area. Lastly, fee in lieu is a way that we have funded these in the past. Fee in lieu is where a developer pays a fee rather than doing stormwater detention or some other item that's required by the King County Stormwater Ordinance. So hypothetically, you have a developer down by the river where detention isn't going to make that big of a difference. They can contribute to a fund, use that money to benefit the headwaters of the stream. So with that, I believe we are ready for questions, if there are any.
Anybody on council have any questions? Nick?
Hi, everyone. One of those things, the Redant and Shanahan area, if you go to that, yeah, you had mentioned that a section of that has underground, and you had a theory as to why that is, but you didn't touch on to what that theory was.
So,
I'm
yeah,
curious.
there is a sewer that leaves Hanson here. It runs down, and it's my opinion that the reason that it was buried was that the sewer probably came in under the creek. And you can lay sewer pipe flatter than the stream likely was, so eventually they caught up with one another. And in order to do that, it's my opinion they probably had to run all the way down here to the flow control structure. But if you're doing the stream channel stabilization through there, you have the option to actually drop the channel a little bit to intercept the sewer right here where it's coming out. That way, that 315 feet of pipe doesn't need to house the creek anymore. You know,
Would you remove it, or?
yes, yeah, you'd likely remove it. And one thing, you know, when we were doing the stream assessment, something that was noted was that every single reach had fish in it, except for upstream of Michael Wild Park, because there's 280 feet of pipe there that they would need to swim through. So, you know, these sections of pipe, granted this one is a channel next to it, they are a inhibitor to wildlife from moving through. I mean, individual roadway culverts can actually see a pretty big disconnect with habitat and wildlife from one side to the other. Granted, this one has a channel next to it, but, you know, any way you can bring the creek back to its more natural form, the better.
Thank you.
Abby?
I have two questions. My first one, I listened to your webinar with the residents as well, so I appreciate all the work you put into communicating this back out there, but I had to leave before the very end. Did they have any, what was asked by them? What were they still thinking about and concerned of?
So there were a lot of questions about kind of related to actually how they could benefit the creek. There were some that were individual to my backyard receives flow from XYZ. We did mention that, you know, if for an individual to actually go through and do restoration on their property, there are resources that could be reached out to. Andrea had mentioned there are, I think, what were they, webinars that were done by the Conservation Foundation? So the city is currently doing some educational pieces, but it's just, you know, bringing people's attention to them. We did note a few sources of information they could reach out to. And our PowerPoint also had lists of native plants that do well in the sun, do well in the shade, native trees that could be used. We also there were 2 flyers in there for doing rain barrels and rain gardens. All of those are posted on the website now.
And then from your experience, what can we do to best position ourselves to receive the grants to do some of this work? Is there coalition building? I mean, I know there's a Friends of the Mahoney Creek group that's already, you know, communicating. You know, what other things can we start working on to make ourselves look better for grants?
So one of the grants that is frequently used on these is called the IEPA's 319 Fund. So the 319 Fund, it comes about every year. August 1st is when they do a call for projects. There are quite a few portions of this stream that I think would be competitive for that. The one thing that is keeping us from being very competitive is that to really have a good chance of getting any money out of them, you need to be listed in an IEPA-approved watershed-based plan. So this was a stream assessment to look directly at the creek, but to have your project called out saying, look at this report that was done, it specifically says Shanahan Grove Park should be stabilized, we want to stabilize it. That really increases your odds of getting funding. That grant is a 60-40 split where the city or other stakeholders would have to come up with 40%. 60% is paid for by the EPA. It's from the federal EPA through the state. And that money can actually be used for the design as well. So it's not only for construction. There is also another grant that recently came out called the Green Infrastructure Grant Opportunity, GIGO. The due date on that I think is escaping me, but I believe it's coming back again next year. What was it? Okay, so coming up. A week or so. But that's another grant opportunity that can be used not just for green infrastructure, but for projects that are actually benefiting flood control as well.
Dan?
So you just answered almost all my questions regarding the funding aspect of it. So
Okay.
that number I saw was a little scary when I saw,
Yes.
$6-8 million. But
Yep.
if we spent the time to do the type of study that we need to do, we did a similar type of study with Mill Creek, didn't we? Where we identified sections of the creek where there were substantial areas that needed to be replaced.
I believe because there is a water supply
Yeah.
approved by the EPA for Mill Creek.
So
Yep.
what I'm saying is, it's not that we've never done it before. We have
Yeah.
done it before, and we just need to place a priority on it. So first, with Shanahan Grove, if you find any Legos or Musclemen, those are mine from the early '80s. I used to swim in that area,
Okay.
so I'm happy to clear those out and get those back if you need assistance with that. But what's the cost of waiting? What if we do nothing? How much worse is this going to get?
So the areas that were identified as minor erosion, they're roughly in equilibrium right now. The amount of sediment that's washing away is approximately being replaced by sediment that's coming from upstream. That's what channel waterways do, is they move soil. The goal is that the soil coming in matches soil going out, so therefore you don't really see a difference. When you get an imbalance is when you start seeing these moderate and severe erosion occurring. Cost of waiting could mean that more stream bank erodes, you have more trees fall in. Those trees could hypothetically block a culvert. Then someone's property could get damaged where the creek actually floods the house. A lot of the flooding that was reported mostly was of roadways, yards. There were people who definitely noted that their basements receive water in them. But flooding was one of the concerns of the residents. And to me, that'd be one of the things to kind of worry about, is that. Yep.
I also have, the residents have reached out. We have one resident that lives on Johnson Woods Drive, Johnson Woods subdivision. They have a retaining wall right just south of Wilson Street. That is their private property, and it's something with the HOA, so that wall is being undermined because it's at a point where the creek kind of hits a sharp curve. And then there's all the houses that are on Mahoney Creek tributary by Woodland Hills to the east. And that was one of the pictures Logan had showed, where there's objects in the back of the yard that once those do get taken down by the water as it passes through there, they're going to lose that land and they might not be able to replace it.
And that's an important point. If I remember that from previous studies, you can't go back and put this land back. You can't put rocks down there in the soil. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Correct. Mahoney Creek itself is a designated floodway. So that means that if it's gone, it's gone. You're not supposed to place any fill within a floodway.
That's probably the biggest factor if you wait. It's how much more land is going to be taken away that you cannot replace.
And then last question, I promise. Was there any reaction to the concept of an SSA? Any reaction to people throwing in a couple $3,000-$4,000 to improve their own properties if it meant that they could fix property? I know one was $100,000 that they put in their own property, but
Right, that was the one that's on Marshall Court.
Yeah.
Those homeowners have since moved, but they did invest that on their own property. When Logan did the presentation to the residents, it was more of an educational piece. He left out all the projects. He was still working on this portion, and it was briefly mentioned that a majority of the creek is owned by homeowners, but funding options had not been mentioned. We waited to bring that before the council to kind of get direction from you. I know we were looking at this project at the beginning, just trying to figure out scope and cost, and so this is kind of just our findings, and obviously anything moving forward, we would need further direction. I know we have other projects as well that are seeking attention and funding, but that's why we're here, just to give everyone an understanding of what is out there and responsibilities, whether it be the city to help organize, to help prepare funds, grants, and the opportunities to preserve that and enhance the natural area again.
thanks.
I'm assuming if we chunk this out and not do it all at the same time, my assumption is you start all the way upstream, but are there some that you would just say, I think you were saying like Reach 1 was just so bad because of right near the all that, do you lose a benefit by saying, okay, you start there, but then it might take a few years to continue to do everything, and then now that's in just as bad a shape as it was before? Or
So we have done these larger watershed-based plan of attack type of things where we've started in the middle just because that's the way it worked out. Hypothetically, there was a utility project that needed to go on that was adjacent to the creek that, all right, the project that was 6 years from now is now happening today.
Okay.
So it doesn't necessarily hurt anything. One thing to consider is that as you're doing these, changing the channel shape, you need to be cautious of how that affects hydraulics. So you don't want to go through and create, things that are going to negatively impact everything downstream. So it does pay to just say, okay, we're doing a reach in the middle, but have a serious thought about how it's going to impact everything as a whole. A stream is all tied together. I mean, it's literally the product of the area draining to it. If this stream were entirely urbanized, where it's 100% industrial area, it might be in way, way worse condition than it is today. The residents along here having a lot of open space, it's helping quite a bit to not have all that pavement coming down. To answer your question, it doesn't hurt, but you need to really think through the way you're doing it.
So I know a lot of the residents from Ward 1 were on the call, and they actually live by Wild Park. And the biggest concern from them is as we continue to get these large storms, the roadway floods. I went down when we got one of the large storms and stood there. I couldn't find the grate to clear it out.
Yep.
And so that is a big concern. I watched cars go through and I was like, oh my gosh, your car's gonna flood out. But there is concern that there is some danger with roadways flooding around that area, especially with Project 1 that he identified on that.
So to touch on that really quickly, I remember one of the residents had noted the flow comes north on Viking, and when it goes around the corner on Hanson, it misses the grate and continues down the street.
Yep.
Or it can pond there. So one of the things that we identified was, we can actually, since we're going to be doing earthwork in the area, disturbing the soil, you can purposely grate in a point where it will overflow into the park and not flood the roadway. If that grate there gets clogged, you can let it straighten into the park there. So that way it's not continuing on down the road and contributing to flooding on a storm sewer that might not really want that flow. Keep in mind, Michael Wild Park is designed to flood the park itself, but you're correct. Doing a project in the area, you would want to try to rope in those other concerns that residents have and say, while we're here, let's fix this and this and this. I know, I saw it today when I was driving here. I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a little dip there. But, when we did the stream assessment, I think the 2 separate occasions when I was out there, it was maybe 6 months apart, I saw barricades at the entrance to the storm sewer that flows through the park. It was all muddy and eroded, and you could tell the path there gets flow going right over it. So things like that are items that would be addressed in here. This study is kind of high-level concept, just it needs 4 acres of restoration type of thing, but built into that is some fluff for addressing utility impacts and things like that.
Mike?
So what effect does Fermilab have on that? Because that's kind of at the head of
Yep.
the tributary. Do they have a negative effect?
So one thing that's actually kind of helping with Fermilab is that all of their property that drains into Mahoney Creek's tributary goes through a restrictor at Kirk Road. So there is some existing detention there. Also, much of their property that is draining to us there is mostly prairie right now. It's open space, so you don't have a lot of pavement coming through. I believe the watershed tributary to Kirk Road there was about 80 acres. So their contribution is that there's 80 acres of land coming to it. Their use of it right now probably couldn't be any better, but they are still contributing, there's flow leaving their property. Adding detention there, as I mentioned, needs to be just fine-tuned to make sure you're doing it efficiently.
And part of the city owns an easement over there, or we hold an easement for Fermilab, and on the east side, there is a restrictor over there. But unfortunately, all of Kirk Road from Wilson Street to Pine Street, it's about a mile length, flows into Kirk Road directly into the creek, so it's unrestricted. And part of the project would be to route that stormwater into the detention basin on the east side of Kirk Road and hold it behind that restrictor. So then when you're having these heavy rainfalls, it's 4 to 5 lanes of asphalt, completely impervious pavement just dumping into the creek. So that's what we've been looking at And obviously, yes, there's prairie there that Fermi has, and it is wet when you drive by after heavy rainfalls. But this would help kind of retain some of that water, whether it be on one or two ponds on the east side, or on the west side, we could also, the city owns that parcel that's highlighted in Rose Hollow subdivision. So that was what the study was, to see how much volume and where we can retain that water.
Yeah, that was, I guess the point I was going to make is, because Gary Holm and I have been speaking about that for a couple of years now, is that, Kirk Road is what's flooding that area east of Woodland Hills.
Yeah.
And then it goes through that culvert and hops over the culvert and was washing away the road at Woodland Hills Park even. I mean, it's really a strong current. And so I know we're looking into doing something with that. There's a lot of people downstream have been pretty upset with that. Back to Fermilab, it's reassuring that you say that they have good land, that they're not using any chemicals or anything in their prairie, or anything that could possibly be washing downstream?
So the prairie is currently in good condition. Typically, a prairie that is that healthy looking, I would say, Steve, you're more the ecologist, but I would assume spot herbicide treatment would be occurring in there? Steve, do you
Yeah, and it's well established, there's not even much of that going on. I don't know if they burn that area.
Yeah.
They do a controlled burn there.
Yeah, it's being managed as a prairie, but I don't think there's really any nutrients coming off the land.
Okay. That's it, thank you.
Go, you okay? Okay, Abby?
Abby.
Has the Park District been contacted about naturalizing Michael Wild Park or the clearings at Shanahan?
Not to my knowledge.
Not yet.
Gary has had some conversations recently with the Park District regarding Michael Wild Park, and I know they've come out and done some clearings. I've had conversations with the Park District about restoring the creek to its natural state, and they are supportive of that because every time it rains, that is an 8-inch pipe, and it gets clogged real easily, and the water overtops, and it's a maintenance nightmare for them because then they have to go out, the path is blocked. So they are actually pretty excited about the fact that they can get a quote-unquote bridge over that creek and still utilize the park. So for that portion, yes, they have been made aware and are on board.
So just another question, I guess, about funding. I didn't quite understand, are these grants, are they for the homeowners? Because I just don't see, with the cost that you put up there, homeowners, on either side of that, however many there are, I mean, they're half-acre lots, so they're not many, maybe 10 homeowners.
Yeah.
So if it's $1 million and it's 10 homeowners to split $1 million, that's considerable money.
Correct.
And so I don't see the homeowners doing anything, to be quite frank.
Yeah.
And so I would think, a municipality, the government's going to have to be involved somehow and ascertaining grants.
Correct.
I mean,
So-
would you agree with that?
I would agree with you. Some of these grants are of the size that even the application is probably beyond what a few homeowners could do. One thing, though, is to just keep in mind that, as we were doing this study, we wanted to just let everybody know that these properties are not owned by the city. If the city chooses to facilitate helping with design and things like that, it's something you could do. But we wanted to just make it clear that, you're not obligated to. However, some of these projects are beyond the scope of what a resident could really undertake on their own. So that was the point of kind of going through the funding and mentioning that you don't have to take these on yourself. However, they're big projects. So
Right.
your point is very valid.
And so now there's an easement running through
Yep.
all of this, and so there's no culpability for that easement. And then there's no ownership of that easement, except to say we have an easement here, but we don't have to contribute towards that, is what the city would say, right, or any kind of government agency. How about the utilities? I mean, I believe they have poles and standards along the creek just about in the water, well, they are in the water when it's flooding, for sure.
Yeah, yeah, on
And
Reach
so-
3, they definitely are.
So, possibly even running under the creek, and so they have no, I guess, no skin in that game either. They
No,
just have the utility and that's it. So it's left to the homeowners, even
No,
with that
So
easement.
in my opinion, they would be a stakeholder that should be involved in it.
Right,
That's kind of why I try to refer to everybody as a stakeholder rather than just sticking it all on the homeowners. Because it is probably in the city's best opinion, or best option here, would be to help in some way with these. Whether if it's a bunch of residents getting together and clearing invasive brush, in my opinion, that's something that residents could do on their own. But like I said, if you're doing, regrading of the banks where you have an excavator coming in and you're spending $1 million, that's something that's a bit beyond what an individual resident has. And many of these projects do have a benefit to the greater good. There are a lot of spots where you have a lot of area draining through your property. So maintaining an open channel through there benefits many people. So this is where we're saying that, an SSA for the watershed could actually be a good idea to help fund these, rather than putting it all on the city individually.
right. And then maybe we can talk to some of the owners to say, kind of ask the city for some assistance in getting grants. I mean,
Yeah.
they're better equipped to do that than a homeowner.
Yes, and there are, at your option, you could help to facilitate grants, to, be the one who applies for it and manages it.
Mm-hmm.
Just really quick, Logan, if you go to that Barrington slide, because that was a project I was involved in, almost 15 years ago. The Village of Barrington got a 319 grant through a watershed plan
Sorry.
that they had in place, and there were, I think, 15 or 20 homeowners along each side that chipped in, I think, about $5,000 apiece to help with the match, and then the village paid the remainder. That's what Logan's got up there. That's how that one was funded.
And that would
The
work.
EPA paid 60%, and then the other 40 was split between the homeowners and the village.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there are lots of options here.
Creative
And-
ways.
Yes, yeah, but I agree with you. I think recommending $1 million project to 10 homeowners is a little, over.
Right, over the top.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I guess that's the direction the staff is looking for, because if we want to apply for the 319 grant, there needs to be some work done. Obviously, August 1st has gone for this year or next year's grant, but if we want to apply for the next year's grant, we need to do what Logan suggested, which is do that overall watershed study, get it in the IPA approved plan. And at that point, we apply for the grant. If we are successful, we get the 60%, then we can talk about how we pay for the other 40%, whether city and some residents or whichever reach it is, we can discuss it at that point. I think that's the direction we are really looking for. Staff thinks that, Gary, myself, and Andrea, we like doing the detention upstream or Fermi Lab. We think that detaining some of those undetained water will provide good benefit to most of the creek, as the water will be slowed down and released slowly. So that's a project that we would like to actually proceed forward with if council agrees with, and then also at the same time look for opportunity or prepare for the 319 grant, apply for all that.
Right. And that's, Rahat, that is the water on Kirk Road, diverting that to Fermilab and then adding to the restrictor somehow to hold that water, to slow down the flow of it.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, we can, obviously, not tonight, but we can talk about that for sure at a Cal meeting sometime in the future.
I would like to see that come back from, engineering to come back and tell us what they think that's going to cost us to get to that point and what kind of schedule we would be on to try to move that forward, because I think that's something we've dealt with, and anything we can do to slow down the water on that section of that creek, I think is the best thing we should be looking at.
And regarding that project individually too, there are 2 existing studies that could be utilized
to
help
aid in
kinda
that, put
aid
that
this
stuff
along.
together.
Yep.
Yeah, because I think we have to be ready for that if that's where we decide to go.
Should we also know the cost of the watershed study?
Use the mic.
Should we also know the cost of the watershed study too, or
Yep.
think about moving?
Yeah, so we write watershed plans, we've done over in this area. And, did you say this was a 2 square mile watershed?
Yes.
So it's really small compared to the ones we usually do. And what Logan has already done here is a big chunk of the watershed plan. So usually they're in the 70 to 100,000 range, but this one, because of the work that's already done, is probably in the 50,000 range. But you can also get a 319 grant to pay for the watershed plan. So 60% of that, so you're only paying 20,000 if you get that grant out of pocket essentially. And usually that 20,000 is split between the municipality and other stakeholders in the watershed.
Kind of like the utilities.
Or the park district,
Park districts.
Fermi.
because they have a lot of the property that benefits from this.
Yeah, Fermilab could be a stakeholder in this, as a, major property holder. One thing to note, though, is, as Steve mentioned, the studies, you can apply for a grant to do the study itself. However, if this is more of a pressing issue, so hypothetically, if we're going to apply for a grant next August in 2021, you would find out if you got the grant in 2022, have all the paperwork done in the fall of 2022, and probably have your watershed plan in 2023. So if you rely on grant funding, sometimes you need to really think it through. Is if getting the grant for the study is waiting the time, if that's something that you would like to do, then you proceed that way. However, if you're more concerned with getting the grants for construction, it may be in your best interest to push on the study, go ahead and just pay for that one, and then use that study to get more construction dollars is one way to look at it.
I want to chime in too, because the 319 grant program, it has been slam dunk for
Yeah.
us. I mean, we put some watershed plans together, and I think between what I've done and you've done and we've done together, probably in the last 5 years, we've probably got $5 million worth of 319 grant money
Yeah.
to do stream restoration projects specifically, just like what Logan is pointing out.
Yeah.
Like probably in the 90% success rate we are with getting those.
Yeah,
It's been incredible.
I recently did it, and it was 80+%. But it is not uncommon for a 319 grant to be over $1 million. We're currently doing one in St. Charles, just north of here, that I believe our total grant amount was close to $2 million.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, well, thank you.
Figure out what our next step is. Okay, we'll now move on to item number 8, which is ordinance 20-45, major amendment to a planned development overlay for 1 Washington Place mixed-use development, 111 to 133 East Wilson Street, and 20 North River Street, 1 North Washington LLC applicant. Alderman Cerrone?
Yes,
President?
this is the second amendment to the original, due to having to go get a new TIF and whatnot and the changes we've requested. So this has gone already to the Plan Commission and has come to us with a recommendation after deep discussion, and I assume there will be some here tonight, and also went through the historical preservation. The same concerns that we've had all along have presented themselves, so we can talk through some of that. Building size being excessive, losing parking, increased traffic. A lot of the same things were presented to Historic Preservation and to the Plan Commission. But still, they both came out of both with recommendations. So I don't see Joel. I assume, Laura, you'll, if there's anything you want to add before we start talking about this?
Actually, Joel is on the line.
Oh, he's on.
So, yeah,
Awesome.
so Joel will present this. And then also, Joel, just to let you know, I've given you screen control as well. So if you have anything that you want to show from your computer, you can just click on Show My Screen.
Okay, I don't have anything to share, but I can take a brief that the Plan Commission did design review and held the public hearing, or held the virtual meeting on July 1st, the public hearing and design review. A couple of weeks ago, the House began establishing the replacement district. That process has begun. And in April, Dave Patel, One Washington LLC, presented to the COW an amended One Washington Place design. That amended design would restore the commercial frontage to Wilson Street. Excuse me, I'm having a little trouble here with. It would restore the commercial frontage to Wilson Street. It would also add office space of River Street commercial frontage, and it would reduce the number of dwelling units and the parking spaces. The ordinance in front of you tonight includes the changes that were presented to the COW in April and also presented to the Plan Commission in July. And at that hearing, 4 citizens spoke, and 4 emails from citizens entered record. Speakers and the emails addressed several concerns, as Alderman Cerrone pointed out just a moment ago. The Plan Commissioners were supportive of the changes, most notably the return of the Wilson Street commercial frontage. One commissioner didn't like the parking reduction, but the Larson Becker parking lot was identified as providing parking for downtown. The Plan Commission arrived at positive findings for 4 of the 5 design findings. The finding related to safe and efficient and efficient delivery of public services received a 3-3 tie vote. That was that finding. The commission approved the design review by a vote of 6-0 with 1 commissioner absent, and by a vote of 6-0, again with 1 commissioner absent, the commission recommended City Council approval of a major amendment to the One Washington Place Plan Development Overlay that was approved, or that was previously amended by Ordinance 15-9. And that approval included the exhibits that are attached to Ordinance 35.
Joel,
Yes?
you're breaking up quite a bit here. We're having trouble hearing you.
Sorry. Well, there's not a whole lot I can do. I'm not sure what the issue is with the phone, but let's see.
It's sounding better now.
Right, talk slower.
Yeah.
With presumption that council will approve and develop agreement and placement system, out and recommend.
Yeah, Joel, we're only getting about half of what you're saying. So I don't know if it's the phone or connection or what it is, but it's just not coming through.
Joel, are you calling in on the phone, or are you on the go to meeting?
No, I'm not using the audio to go to meeting.
Okay.
I am on a phone connection. I don't know. Yeah, I'm in my phone muted on the go to meeting. So, well, the council or the council approved the ordinance that's presented or consider amendments to the ordinance, and COW action would allow for this ordinance, the plan development overlay amendment, to be considered with the other resolution related to this. And staff recommends approval of ordinance -45 as presented.
So basically, he's presenting the information about the alternatives that are up on the screen right now, that we wanted to present the information to you tonight in an order in which, if this is not acceptable, then we need not move on to the next step. And so the very first step is to look at what the Plan Commission and Historic Preservation Commission have looked at and recommended for approval to City Council of the redesign of this project, both from, with the purview of historic preservation, looking at the facade and determining that it is of a nature that would be complementary to our downtown. And then also Plan Commission, looking at these changes and determining whether they fit within the 5 criteria that Plan Commission looks at. And I think you heard that Joel said that they approved 4 out of the 5.
Can you just, for the public, review the one that was not approved?
I can, the one finding that failed to get a majority of yeses was, and I'm looking for that, it was the finding that reads, the project design provides for safe and efficient provision of public services. The Plan Commission did not really discuss that. They just arrived at a 3-3 vote.
Could you better explain that?
The only thing that I garnered from what I read and what I saw was that they didn't like the parking loss, and that's where they figured it was a detriment to services, was the fact that there was 30 parking spaces less.
Right, and that the reduction in the parking spaces, I'd like to just take a look at that. Where we're at is a result, it's about 18 spaces less, as you can see from the 351 to the 333. And where that happens is in adding that commercial space back in on East Wilson Street, in order to get the appropriate ceiling height for those spaces to be commercially viable, you'll lose that row of parking that exists in the lower level of the parking garage. So that was sort of what the trade-off was. Does that make sense to everybody?
And that's the putting in the commercial, the retail back
Right,
in.
right.
That the council asked for.
Yes.
Right.
Previously, that had been taken out
Right.
and replaced with 4 residential units that were walkout.
There's, just to start the conversation, because I don't know what the chicken or the egg with all these things that we're going to be discussing tonight. I feel like we've kind of backed ourselves in a corner. We asked for more retail, but it's cost us. And I think there should be discussion. And I don't feel that we need to be, no, we asked for it, so we're stuck with it. Well, we could always go back to the prior, plan, because to get that retail, and we lose parking, lose a couple residential places. The developer has expressed concern of renting those places out. So he's asking for incentives because he's not confident that we'll get it. So while it's great to want more retail in today's environment, the environment's changed dramatically in the last several years since this has started. We have an ideal of more retail, but it's coming at quite a price. And then I would not be for agreeing to any incentive above what we're giving here for retail, because I don't think it's fair to our existing retailers out there. There's already a lot of vacancy. So I don't know what conversation comes first. Agreeing to this and then getting to the RDA and talking about that. But these are all topics. I just feel I don't think we should pin ourselves into the third we can go back to the second plan if the cost of more retail is more than we think we want to take on. Dan?
I guess I would bring up, it is frustrating the number of meetings we've had on this subject. We've gone back and forth on some issues. Our priorities have changed over time. In my opinion, I felt like there was a major change when we peeled the retail off. We lost a lot of votes after that iteration, and there was some concern. I remember raising my hand and saying, I really feel like if we're going to look at this plan again, retail needs to come back. The character of the neighborhood, having the retail space in the front, having the people who live upstairs being able to go downstairs to shop at some of those places. I don't feel like we're backed into a corner. I feel like we pointed to the corner and walked towards it. This is where we want it to be. So if we don't want to be there anymore, then yeah, let's have that discussion. And I also reject the fact that we can't fill these spaces. There are 18 retailers across, or however many across the street, or we got all these boardwalk shops looking for spaces. These retail shops are tiny. They're very tiny. I don't think we're going to have a problem filling them. I recognize in some of the other things that we might be discussing later, if this passes, that there'll be a request for some sales tax rebates. I don't even think that those will be necessary. I don't, based on the type of retail that's going to go in there. So after reading everything this weekend, I'm still in the same place as I was before. I'm absolutely for this. I'd like it to move to the next place. So I do not need to discuss this project anymore. I pointed to the corner. I walked towards it. I'm in this corner.
I appreciate that. I'm just saying, because we pointed to it not knowing the costs of it. So now, it's great to go to a car dealership and say, no, that's what I want. And then when you hear the cost, you say, okay, maybe that's not what I want.
Yeah, it's not like we asked for a radio and they ripped the whole thing out. I mean, it's not substantial. The number of spaces that left are not substantial to me.
I would say we knew what the costs were. We were told pretty clearly that we're going to lose parking. It was either going to be apartments that go and give us retail, and then we lose parking. I mean, we knew we were going to lose parking. So when people say, well, we lost parking, I keep thinking, but we were told that. We were told that by Dave Patzelt, told that by Chris Aston. We knew. And I personally, I was opposed to putting the retail back in. I thought we have enough empty spaces in our downtown today that if we bring this to fruition, that those spaces will be filled. And I think if you build it, people will come, retail will come and follow. That we didn't have to bring retail into that building. But, that's a vote I lost, and I was good with it, but I think we fully knew that we were going to lose parking. I mean, it was pretty clear.
Anybody else want to? Oh, Dave, go ahead.
Dave Patzelt, for the record, David Patzelt, 1 Washington Place LLC, Shodine Organization, 77 North 1st Street, Geneva, Illinois. A little bit shocked about your comment this evening, but I probably shouldn't be. I was going to start off my presentation, whenever the chicken or the egg came up here, to say that I believe that we have listened to your request, which was to get the retail back onto Wilson Street. So that's why I'm a little bit shocked. But I'm hearing what you're saying, and you're asking, you want the fellow council members and commissioners to look at the cost. And I think this is an excellent slide here, but one thing that I was mentioning to Laura and the other staff members today is we missed something very clearly that we should have put on this slide. And I think, Laura, try to present it, and let me try to walk you through it slower. If you look at the column that says 2017, winter of 2017, and you look at the total number of units that are in the building, that's 186. If you look at the April 2020, we're at 186. So believe it or not, there's been no change in units in that period of time. Now let's go to the retail square footage, the total. In 2017, we had 14,590 square feet. What do we have in April of 2020? 14,180. To me, the 300-ish square feet, that's the same. Let's move down to the, and I'm going to purposely skip the office space, but let's go to the parking. When you look at the 2017, you'll see there's 367 spaces in 2017, and today there's 350 spaces. That's the 17 spaces that I think, that, or I know that Laura was trying to describe, but is really, I think what you're saying is the cost. At what cost? That's one of the elements, is that parking. This presentation slide is a little bit misleading, perhaps, in that you see that minus 32 spaces. Really, that minus 32 spaces is from where we were at in 2018, not where we were in 2017. So our cost there is the loss of that 17 spaces. However, let's jump back up to the office space. We picked up 2,370 square feet of office because we had 0. And I think that is another win that I believe that I had mentioned it once before, that we actually found some office space. How do you find some office space? Worked it into the plan, and I recall there were a lot of grins or excitements about bringing office space to River Street. So I think that's a major win or coup there that we picked up. Again, what is the cost? Still that parking space. Yes, there's another cost, which is the unknown. Are we going to get the tenants? And that's really that, build it and they will come. Okay, we're in. We're partners. We're in. We're going to build it. We heard you. We want to do what you've asked, which is get that retail. And we found the commercial space, but will they come? And I know there's confidence in this room that they will come, but some things have changed between when we started working on this plan, and that's why we're all sitting here with masks on tonight. But we may need to have some incentive to get those tenants to come. Will they all be retail tenants? I don't know. Will they be restaurateurs? I hope so. So that's the unknown, and I don't think you want, and we certainly don't want to have vacant space down there. So trying to put that out there for everybody to understand that we may have to have another incentive, which is that the sales tax rebate. So I think your cost is the loss of the 17 parking spaces and a potential sales tax rebate. But what was your gain? One was the ask of bringing back the retail, and the other, hooray, was some additional office space. So hopefully that helps everybody look at what is the cost when you've asked them to see what is the cost.
Yeah, no, thank you, and I bring it up because we've been here for 4 years and we've seen the iterations. I don't want us to be in a position where we're jamming this through just because we're tired of talking about it. And we're at a point where now there is another ask for incentives, and that's another cost to us, or, that's a debate right there, whether it's an tax rebate or whatnot, but we've given incentive. At some point, I wish you had more confidence to say, oh, it's a no-brainer for retail, but if it's not, if you stand there not that confident, then should we be that confident? And it's hard for me to, tell existing businesses, no, we're gonna give them an incentive to move to those places, but you as a landowner here that have vacancies, what are we gonna do for you?
Also keep in mind on that incentive that is part of our package that we had submitted to the financial consultants. Our rents are probably, or I know, our rents are the highest rents in the downtown.
Right.
So, fellow neighbor tenant, your rent is lower, you may not be getting a sales tax incentive. Conversely, if you're in One Washington Place, you are going to pay a higher rent, but you may be getting a sales tax rebate if we needed to attract them. So,
right. And that's exactly my concern, to even the playing field, to say, well, wait, why would it be the same for, let's say I'm a prospective business, I can get this brand-new shiny
Building or
retail
space.
space that I would love, because of the incentive, it competes with the existing stuff that's been around here 100 years. It's an unfair advantage against our existing landowners, you know. So it's just a concern that I have and another cost for
So
us.
one of the things that I would say is that sales tax rebates come up in other discussions that prospective businesses who are working with other property owners in the downtown come in proposing as part of being able to incentivize that project for happening. So it wouldn't be something that would be unique
Oh,
to
absolutely
this
not, yeah.
project.
But I think it's just, I just thought it was worth discussing.
Absolutely.
Because,
One last win. I can tell you that I know it was at Historic Preservation, they appreciated it, and I think Plan Commission was excited about it, and that was the revised elevation on River Street.
Yeah.
So we have Don McKay
Online.
virtually online. If you would like to walk through the changes to the, I'll call it the facades or the building elevations, so architecturally you can see the changes, but if they were all included in your packet, if you don't need to see those or understand those, we don't need to have Don do the presentation. But I thought if that may help anybody understand.
I think that would be good to get back out to the public again so they can forget the block of cheese.
Dan,
I'm not writing you a check for sales tax. I'm writing it to the retailer.
To the retail, yes.
And I'm glad that you brought up that we've done these before. We give them to Walmart.
Right.
Right, we give a really big one to Walmart. So it's not like this would be the first time we ever done this before. I don't think you will need one. I think people will be clawing at the doors to get in.
I
To get into the
appreciate
space.
that, and I
do
hope
believe
so.
this.
I really do.
Nick?
sure.
I've always thought that regardless of whether we put retail in here or not from the start, if there wasn't the retail there and it was demanded by the public that move into that building or in the downtown, we would find other places to build the retail. So I'm not worried that if we were to pull that out, like you talk about, that we wouldn't find retail somewhere else or another new building for retail. So I'm kind of, either way, I'm okay with it. I think, you know, the biggest thing to me to reiterate in this is that we went in knowing we wanted some type of parking structure there. The only way to get something that we wanted was build a big building that could generate enough in the TIF to be able to help incentivize this parking garage. So that's what the city went in starting for. That's what we still have. We've got retail back that a lot of people wanted back. You know, that was a detriment to the project when that changed and went over to, you know, the other 4 units. So that's something that I'm okay with. I think, you know, a lot of the misconceptions and a lot of stuff's been flying lately on, you know, social media is that people still don't understand this project. They still think
That's for
that the
sure.
parking
You're
garage is coming
absolutely
out on
right.
River Street. They still don't understand that it's 4 floors of residential, 2 floors of parking, and now almost twice the amount of retail space in it.
And sometimes I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what we're trying to do is ordinarily a public parking asset that generates no revenue. Will we charge for the overnight parking passes $30 a month? Sure, but that's just going to cover our maintenance cost. From a property tax standpoint, the property tax coming off that is 0. Today, the property tax coming off of all of the parcels included in this redevelopment site is only $6,000 to be shared by all of the taxing districts. This is a strategy whereby we can have a public asset that ordinarily wouldn't generate any revenue whatsoever, and we can put $1 million of increment on top of that parking structure that would have been generating $0 in revenue. And when we're able to generate that additional increment, $1 million to be shared by all of the taxing bodies, that helps every single property taxpayer in the city of Batavia. And this is why you see this in numerous municipalities throughout the Chicagoland area where they don't have any more space to create new subdivisions. You know, and they're facing the same cost increases for services year after year. And this is a way where a city can generate significant revenue. It makes downtown more lively by having more people who live in your downtown. It attracts new businesses because 186 apartments is going to bring a lot of people who will need a lot of things, and they'd probably like to have it within walking distance from where they live. And so one of the suggestions that I've seen on Facebook is, why not sell this property to the Park District for $10? Because that would generate zero revenue. And that's really the issue, is we're looking to our future and trying to make an investment in something that's going to generate revenue for our future, and in the short term, be a really great economic incentive for our downtown.
And if we sold it to the park district or the school district or any other government entity, it would just cost us more in tax money because they would build something on it, and then we'd have to maintain that and pay.
Right, right.
Your Honor?
Yeah, I just want to kind of second what Laura just said. I've had the opportunity in my many years here to see some other towns do this, and specifically Elmhurst, Downers Grove, Wheaton, and Western Springs. And I've had the opportunity to talk to probably most of them are now former mayors of those towns when these projects were done. And every one of them, 201s, tells me that when they were first started in their town, there was much of the same conversation and reasons why not, and opposition to it for the exact same reasons I've heard in Batavia. It was just the same conversation. Oh, this is going to be the ruination. It's not. Nobody's going to want to live there. It's going to kill the downtown, et cetera, et cetera. In 201, everybody says one of the best things they've ever done, it's brought all these new residents into the downtown who are right then and there to use the businesses, the restaurants, the services. You've just brought in a whole new cadre of people to do business in your town, and they're living right in your downtown with that business. And beyond that, the mayor of Elmhurst, a friend of mine, the former mayor, tells me that when they've got a 12-story building sitting there in the middle of downtown Elmhurst that's right fairly near the Metro train station there. And when that came in, you know, all hell broke loose. It was going to be the ruination of Elmhurst and everything else. And at the end of the day, the mayor tells me that the one thing that really came out is that at the time they did that, Elmhurst was pretty much built out. They didn't have cornfields or subdivisions where they could annex and bring in a whole bunch of new people to live in the town. And as a result, many of the other governments in town, the school district, the park district, the library, everybody was starting to have, there was nothing more to tax. There was no new revenue. Suddenly they brought this 12-story building in there, and they gave some incentives, but now that's rolling a lot of money into the pockets of those governments that is really helping the school district, and some of them carry the freight for York High School and the York School District. So, I mean, there's some very positive stories if you go to the east of us about this exact same trend that's been presented here in Batavia.
Okay. Before I ask anybody else, I just want to clarify, I'm not trying to poo-poo this. For this overlay, I just want to make sure we're clear on going to iteration 3 from iteration 2. There's variables involved that are different. There's pluses and minuses to each one. I think it's worth, and since we started this, and certainly in the very recent world, retail has changed dramatically, and it's crazy time. So I just wanted to make that clear. Does anybody else want to add any comments or discussion to this?
Anybody up in the air?
Anybody on?
Michael?
Well, just again, to what the mayor's point and Laura's point is, every year we sit and we discuss the budget, and we have lively discussions not to raise, trying to find revenue and not raise property tax, and let the EAV raise the property taxes. And this is a way to generate revenue. I mean, this is a game changer for our city. This will generate revenue where we don't have to raise property taxes. And, you know, all the things, I've been getting emails from people, and 201, they all miss that point. They all say we're going to be raising taxes on the people who live out, not in the downtown, but the people who live outside of the downtown in Batavia, and that's just categorically a falsehood. We're not raising taxes on anybody. The project will pay for itself.
Right, the taxing bodies will continue, they establish a base EAV
Correct.
level, and all of the taxing bodies continue to receive what they received if there was no project there at all.
So I
Except the
just,
school district, they get money from this project.
Thank you.
They will
Yes.
get money out of this.
Yes,
Per student that's generated by this
per
project.
student
And that has to
generated,
be said over and over again.
Yes.
Because that's what people feel is that if any kids come out of this development, that the school district has to then tax the other citizens to be able to pay for this. That's not true. There was a formula that was changed several years ago in
Right.
the Illinois State
right.
legislature that makes the development have to contribute money for that.
That is
Not
correct.
all of it, but
Up to 25% of the increments has to be made available for any school-aged children who are generated by the project. And we have written into the RDA that the developer is responsible for those costs, not the city.
right. So I just want to make sure that people understand that the project will pay for itself. It will not come from our general fund. It will not come from property taxes. It pays for itself, and we will not be raising taxes to the general population, their property taxes.
Right.
This is a good thing for the city.
And I would propose that each of us do a little town hall meeting in your ward, and Mike and I have done it in the past, because it's clear, as much as we've done it, people don't understand the TIF and how this works, and they need as much explaining as we can provide, so,
I'd be happy to attend any of those meetings just to explain
yeah.
what
No,
is
it's
a
great.
TIF and the mechanics of it.
Can I just say one last thing, and I don't mean to be mean-spirited, but, you know, people are listening out there to the wrong people, and there's some people opposed to the project for whatever reason, opposed to Shodine for whatever reason. I mean, I see David Patzelt at these meetings. I don't know David Patzelt, but he's always been a proper gentleman at the meetings. I think he gives us the truth. We've become partners with Shodine, but there are some people out there, and it's happened throughout the history of Batavia, my 12 years on the council, that there's misinformation and just basic lies that are out there being told by people, and people who aren't following it closely enough are believing the misinformation, the half-truths, and we need to make sure people understand what the truth is.
Thank you. I would say two
Education.
things to that. One is that the city has a whole webpage dedicated to everything about this project, from its very inception to, we'll add an update for what happened at the meeting this evening. And you can find that at the city's website. If you look under departments and you see economic development, on the economic development page on the left-hand side is a link to One Washington Place. I'd also encourage you, if not me, Scott Buning or Anthony Isom, if anybody has any questions, or they say, hey, you know, somebody told me this about the project, we'd be happy to let you know if that is accurate information, or to direct you in the right direction to accurate information.
does anybody?
Does anybody on the phone want to chime in?
Nick,
Marty, go ahead.
so we were just talking about understanding the TIF and getting it correctly. And the part that we are talking about with the tax dollars going for this project to pay for this project are true. But we also cannot then say that any tax generated from this is going to go to our budget. That will not occur until 23 years from now. So if we're talking about being truthful and understanding what a TIF means, we can't say that it's going to bring this windfall of money in to help us during budget time.
because that is not correct.
Until after
It
the bond
also-
payments are completed.
And that is 20 years from now, not next year's budget, not this year's budget, not even 10 years. And the questions that we talk about with the school district,
Marty,
I don't know
we
why
got
the
really
reverb
bad
on that.
feedback right now.
Do you happen to be on speakerphone, Marty?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It was starting to get reverb bad. But when we're also talking about the school district and the costs and those factors, the school district weighed those and they turned it down. So when we're talking about having honest conversations, just remember that a lot of us, I think all of us, want to see that developed with residential. The concern that we've had from residents, these aren't random Facebook people, these are residents that are talking to us. They're saying they're concerned about the size. They're concerned about which in the negative finding, number 5, is the impact to city services and traffic in that area and parking. Those have been concerns throughout the community the entire time. That has been since 5 years now. So that hasn't changed, and that is still reflected in that vote, which is a 3-3 vote. And that is reflective of why I have, when I no longer thought this project in the best interests of our city was in 2017. That's where I stand with it, and that's where I remain with it. And it doesn't mean that I'm listening to, quote, the wrong people or don't understand it. I have a different view of the scope of this project. Slightly smaller one, not a problem. But we are looking at factors that have been out of our control for the last 5 years. Things that didn't exist 5 years ago when we were planning this exist today. And other things that we thought were home runs, I don't know if it's true anymore. So that's where I stand.
Okay. Anybody else on the phone?
Yeah, Alan, Tony here. Can you hear me?
Just barely.
I'm sorry, who's this? Tony?
This is Tony.
Okay,
Yes,
now we
that's
got you.
better.
Okay. Yeah, I would say just in response to the
Go back to your microphone, Tony.
How's that?
That's better.
Okay. With regard to what the mayor said, with all due respect, all of those towns you listed have a railroad going through there, and I know we've discussed this in the past, but that's a significant difference. But when I got on council, this project was already being discussed, and one of the first votes I had taken was when it was, we need $2 million more because there's bedrock. And it has just seemed there's been all of these things that come up. Now, through all of this, this project's in the 4th Ward, in my ward. Through all of this, I have not heard one of my constituents in the 4th Ward say, yes, this is we need to do this. Sure, not everyone understands the project, but I have heard countless people that are opposed to it. I'm with Marty on this. The returns on it are pretty far out, and I would say the economy has changed right now for a project like this. So I don't know if you guys can still hear me, but that's where I'm at, and I'm not in support of it. Now, that's not to say I'm not in support of a TIF, but for this particular project, I'm not in support.
From staff's perspective, we wouldn't recommend establishing a new TIF without a project in hand. We've seen the types of things, how long it takes to put a project together, the types of things that might arise before construction begins, and therefore, we may not want to start that 23 a year clock running, given the fact that a bond issuance is usually paid back over the course of 20 years. That 3-year lead time to get to the shovel being in the ground is a good thing. And I would like to just point out that we have never, since we purchased the First Baptist Church, ever had someone come to us suggesting a project for this property. We sent out an RFQ and to 24 different developers, and we didn't receive one response. But Chris Aston contacted Shodine, and this was the proposal that we received, which is not to say that if this isn't the right proposal for us, we can say no. But I just want to set the expectations for how long it might take to have another developer interested in doing a similar project.
Okay, is
Alan?
Drew or Elliot on the?
Nick? Yeah, Nick, this is Elliot.
Okay, Elliot. Oh, boy.
Can you hear me?
I would say, are you speaking on speakerphone?
No, I've got it pretty close to my face. I'm on my headset right next to my phone.
That sounded much better. No feedback there.
Okay. Weird.
Don't move.
So I guess I'm going to echo kind of where I've heard a couple of points now. We've been through this for my entire duration on council since I joined back in 2015, December, and I feel like every time we thought we had a plan, the plan had to change, and the incentives had to change, and every time we thought we were getting closer and closer, then another obstacle came up. So I kind of, sorry to say, scoff at the notion that we think we're through the final and this is going to be great and now it's good to go, because we've seen over the course of the last 4 years that that's simply not the case, and one more thing and one more thing and one more thing. And some of it is, in fairness, not a factor of the developer that is, at the subject of this RDA. But also some of it, I feel like we have simply missed signs early on and then created a problem that we had to then find some way to incentivize in order to make this profitable again. I remember the discussions around the TIF. I remember the discussions that the school board had around the TIF. And here we are again talking about yet another way to incentivize to make this project once again viable, even beyond going up in the amount of TIF that we're making available, even beyond, some of the setbacks that we've gone through, and it's going to cost, again, more. And I simply cannot justify that. Do I like the project as it looks right now with retail back in? Yes. That's where I was originally a yes. Now, all of a sudden, though, it's no longer the project at $14 million, it's $16 million, and trying to get sales tax incentives back. And again, I just simply can't wrap my head around that. So I'm a firm no at this point.
Drew, are you on the line?
I am, yes.
Would you like to weigh in? I don't want to think you're forgotten.
Yeah, no, thank you. I still support this project for all the reasons I've supported it in the past. I think if we want to see the downtown flourish, we need to create some density down there. And this is a project that certainly doesn't. I've heard some comments that the market has changed a little bit. Dave can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe one of the hottest segments going in the market right now is residential rental property. One of the few things that's seeing any kind of growth, which to me bodes well for this project, to see it fill up and to bring that density to downtown. We're looking for retail. There's a lot of developable retail right around there. So it's got retail in it. It's got retail around it. That makes sense. And I also want to echo the mayor's comments, especially on Elmhurst. I have relatives that live there now. I was living there at the time that those projects were going in. And I've seen what's happened to that downtown. It's gone from a sleepy little downtown to a very bustling, very vibrant place. And
see that for Batavia. I think this project's a way to kickstart that.
So let me ask you, Drew, because you stated something, that the strength of the market is on residential rental. Do you think iteration 2 or 3, do you have a preference? Do you just want to move forward regardless? Do you think we should stick with more residential and limit the retail as we did last iteration? What are your thoughts there?
I'm going to be wishy-washy on that, and I supported it with the residential in the first place, and I would support it that way again. I think the project's important enough that, if we end up with some variety of retail office space along Wilson Street there, I'll support it with that. Just based on the current, I'm way out of my lane here, speaking of the current state of the real estate market, but it seems like that space would be able to be rented more easily as residential without us having to offer incentives to fill it. But I'll support it either way.
So, like I said originally, we've got a lot of items to discuss tonight and a lot of different things, but this one specifically is for the design plan.
Right.
And I'm not trying to go backwards. I don't even know, Dave, do you have a preference? Do you say like, shit, if you guys go back a step, I'm out, I've had enough of this? Or do you think, you know what, we should go, do you have an opinion?
I would say that it's a little ironic when I look at that chart and say where we were at in 2017. And yes, there have been hurdles that we've been trying to jump and issues trying to resolve. And sure enough, we're just about back to where we were.
Right.
And let's stay consistent with that, with what is I'll call it the 2020 plan. Would be my recommendation. But
Okay.
I agree with Drew that yes, the rental market is still a good market to be in. I think what I was sensing from his comments is that we all know that the retail market is not as good as it was 3 months ago or 6 months ago, but I think we are living in a different world and things are going to continue to change here over the next several months. So I think from staff's perspective, and I agree with staff from just a land planning standpoint, that, yeah, the retail looks nicer on Wilson Street. That makes sense. The ultimate question is, could you fill it? And keeping our fingers crossed that, yes, we believe we can, but also knowing that we may need some help to do that. And there's recommendation in the staff report, which was, in essence, waiting 6 months to see if you need it. I think that's a good measure, and I think that you're going to be actively involved, or staff will be, in whoever that tenant is, and depending on whether you, hate to say this, whether you want that type of tenant, you may, react a little bit differently each way in that kind of that negotiation. But so short answer is, I think we stick with the 2020 plan that you have in front of you. Mainly, historic preservation felt the most positive that I've seen. Plan Commission was very positive about it. I think there's the partnership you've asked us to bring it back, and we got it back. So I think we've got all the wants on the table, and it works. So, and I don't know whether the council members know this, but we have obtained and have provided a letter of financing. So that's one of my concerns now is, okay, now we've got a bank that which is a good thing. And I don't want to wait too long before the bank says no thanks, and then I got another hurdle to try to jump over. So it's a great position to be in.
Okay.
I think we've got some reason for optimism about being able to fill those spaces on Wilson Street too, when we take a look at the success of 6+ Cypress, Oak and Swine, and Bocaditos, and the way that they have, even in the face of adversity, these days, that they are among the businesses who are doing as good as conditions could allow them to, but their businesses are continuing to survive this crisis because they got a lot of support in our community. And so that gives me hope that these smaller spaces on east of them will also, they'll see that as a good example of your business can thrive here too, especially with 186 apartments above it.
All right. Is there anybody from the public or on call-in that would like to give their opinion? How do we do that, Laura?
Nick?
Yes, Marty.
Yeah, just real quick. I get what everybody's saying about where we are talking with this building and the bringing it downtown. For me, where this comes down to is when we say it worked in Wheaton, it worked in Western Springs, it worked in Elmhurst, etc. That for me is not comforting, because everywhere is going a certain direction, and there are less like us in Batavia. And when I envision things in Batavia, certain ideas that have been created just by visuals, the community dinner and the shops. When I brought those up, it was because I saw them and I said, God, I can just see those in our town and be a success. And lo and behold, they are. Because that's what I feel makes Batavia Batavia. I don't want to be Elmhurst. I don't want to be Wheaton. I don't want to be those other places. I want to be us. Standalone us, which is a dying breed, because if everybody looks the same, then we're no longer the same.
Okay, Abby?
It just comes down to future financial sustainability. We're looking at, for instance, video gaming coming back, and that question coming back, and that's going to be revenue lost if we decide that we no longer want that. And we had a presentation earlier today about projects along Mahoney Creek, and there are $8 million worth of projects on that list, and we need to be mindful that we're going to want to fund those in the future. And I know there are numerous comments that all of you receive about let's keep downtown looking exactly the way that it does today.
Laura, and I
that's certainly a
completely
value
agree with
judgment.
you on that. I'm fully aware and I get it, but I don't want to lose our soul in the meantime. That's all I'm saying. It will come at a cost.
Right.
And what's that cost?
That's fair.
Nick?
Abby? Abby had requested Mark next.
Are we just doing general comments right now, or?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't want to jump ahead, but, I want to say, and to Marty's point too about it looking like us and it not being Elmhurst, obviously we still want economic resiliency, and I can say that I in my circle, in my bubble, the people I represent, they get that and they want to see density downtown because they understand that point, and they understand that gets us the infill development that doesn't stretch us, and they get it, and they still are not super supportive of this based on the size and the scale and the fact that it doesn't fit within the character of our downtown. And what I want to see, and I've been supportive of this project because it checks all the boxes for me personally. I want to see us get to the point that Dan's always talking about, how unanimous votes are the best, and slightly less than that are great. And feeling like it's been such a struggle to get the community behind us, and we've watched the fracture, happen among our votes as well. And I'm just curious, and I'm not trying to take us too far back, but what would bring people on board? What would turn a no vote to a yes vote here? And to Marty's point too, I think, I'm not going to speak for him, but the idea of having a windfall of cash in 10 years based on a development instead of 23 years would be a major boom. But to do that, we'd have to eliminate the TIF. We'd have to build it smaller. We'd have to build a private parking lot.
You'd have to find somebody to do it.
finding somebody to do this. So if Shodine is not willing to do the, what was it, 1.25 parking spots per unit,
The problem with the 1.25 spaces per unit is then it's a private parking, and so there would be no way that we could contribute the TIF funding
Right.
to that because we can't fund private construction.
Exactly.
So you'd lose a
And-
big chunk of
and-
that project.
and would, based on what the wants and the needs and what we've asked of this block, we've asked a lot of this block. Was there ever any consideration of letting it be a private large parking lot and eliminating the TIF funding? And would we be supportive of that? And I'm losing my train of thought right now. To Nick, I know you've been concerned about the parking numbers, and I'm concerned about the parking numbers, and I'm concerned about how much money we're paying for the number of parking spots that we're getting. And I am struggling a little bit with all of that. And then I think the other piece that I wanted to discuss tonight too, in terms of moving this forward, in the times that we're in right now, I'm feeling, like I mentioned in my email, a little extra protective of River Street and the existing businesses around there, and wondering what kind of guarantees we can establish about construction and blockages and services and disruptions to the businesses that are happening there, because I think disruptions can derail businesses on a normal, construction disruptions can derail businesses in a normal time. I think when we're already in a very fragile spot, I'm feeling like extra care and extra real consideration and deliberate action ahead of time to say that there's going to be a communications committee that's established today that gets, constant communication out to these businesses about what's going to be going on. And some sort of a construction plan like we had when there was Wilson Street Bridge construction and what was done for the businesses downtown there. And without that, I just have even more pause to say, and this is going into a couple of years where we know staff is already strapped, budget's already going to be tight. How much more extra capacity do we have to absorb that kind of an initiative and an endeavor and effectively communicate with these businesses and support them at a time when everything is going to be still unrolling from COVID?
I think we had a good track record with that, frankly. In 2016, after the initial RDA was signed, in 2017, as we established the community of all of the businesses that were in the area, we hosted several meetings in this room with multiple department heads throughout the organization. Thereafter, we set up once per week meetings on North River Street with all of the businesses that wanted to attend on a certain day at a certain time, and we shared any and all new information with them. So we already have established that. What happened was the building wasn't getting built, and so there was nothing new to communicate with them. Once we know that there's going to be a construction schedule, that we know at a date certain this is going to begin, we already have all of that information that we can then implement and start having those meetings anew. I think that I'm hoping that this project helps the future vitality of those businesses, because I think for years, but for maybe, El Taco Grande and Katrina Salon, I think it's been a real struggle for any of those other businesses on that street. And to have people who are steps away from their own home to be able to go there on a regular basis, I think that would be an incredible boon to them. And we certainly will do everything in our power to, protect their viability while this building is under construction as well.
Mark?
Yeah, this actually for me started before I was on council too, and I've been on the fence the entire time because I appreciate the idea that we want this residential downtown, we want the extra retail downtown. What it's going to change things for us in a positive way. I've struggled with the parking numbers the entire time because to park itself, and then what's left over is less than what we have right now. And that ends up being a bit of an issue. That whether true or not that we have a parking problem in Batavia based on different studies that we've done, it's perception. We all know that parking is perception. And the landscape has changed a lot. Yeah, we have an extra parking lot right now, but the intent is for that to not always be a parking lot. The intent is to have, we expect multiple residential units to be built in downtown Batavia and raise that, the number of residents in Batavia that way. And that's why I think it's changed so much that I'm in favor of smaller scale. I know it's a 4-story building on Washington, but it's 6 on River. You can't get past that. It's still 6. If it wasn't 6 on River, it'd probably be more, it'd be something that people would embrace a little bit more. So if it was a smaller scale, maybe this is not an issue. But I think if you had more smaller scale, and I can think of 3 or 4 properties that are available now or will soon be available, that things could happen in those with more smaller scale properties that we would have around. So I'm on the no side of the fence at this point in time with what's going on right now.
Mr. Alderman Jerome.
Hi, Michael.
I think that first proposal we did for winter of 2017 with that RDA and that plan, I think it passed 13-1, didn't it? Okay. So then we had the changes. And to say that the public doesn't totally want this, we had a referendum on home rule in 2018, November. It passed conservatively. So to say that there's nobody in support of this, that is not true. A lot of the complaints they're the first ones we hear. Construction, I think when the construction comes, a lot of businesses will thrive. I know restaurants, some downtown, would love to see the construction because that's going to bring in a lot of new work, a lot of new people, a host of workers, and they're going to be spending money. So I'm at the point I want a vibrant downtown. I think a majority of Batavia wants a vibrant downtown, and I think this is definitely an avenue to get there.
Well, we've got some new people first. Abby, Jennifer, go ahead.
To kind of go off of Michael's, where he was talking about people want it, I think the people that don't want it, they don't understand it. They're getting misinformation, and that's what's going out there. When we take a look at the parking doesn't bother me. We're losing 17 spots, but we also have to take a look at how things are changing. When you build something and you have the right amenities, people are going to stay close by. We have a grocery store where people can walk to the grocery store. I've toured a number of different developments, and I've seen what's going on out there. And I saw somebody walking from a Jewel with their bags about the same distance from Berkeley to their apartment building. People are going to do that. People will find ways to do it. People downtown Chicago, they do that. They walk their groceries home. So that's why, for me, the parking and the parking spaces is not an issue. Anytime that anything comes up, parking is always an issue. I sometimes get to a point where I don't want to hear about parking issues because people want to say that there are issues and they really don't know, and then there ends up not being an issue. I believe we talked about it even with the little shops parking being an issue. And it's not an issue on Saturdays. People just have to walk farther. But I think that this development is going to be the boost that our community needs. It's not going to be a windfall of money that we're going to get right away, but we are building for the future of our community. And I think that's the important thing that we have to remember. It's not going to dig us out of a hole, but you always have to continue to build and to build for the future and to build for what we want in our community. And I think it's something that's going to be great for our community. I do have concerns with some of the construction, and as Abby said, making sure that we keep River Street open and accessible. We may need to put building materials a little bit farther where they have to walk, but you know, if we're gonna have fewer parking spaces and ask maybe people to walk a little bit farther, then it begins right with construction. So I am still in support of this. I think it's something that our community needs. I think if people really understood all the components of a TIF and then also what goes into this development, that they may have a different view. But just getting your information off of social media and some of the misinformation that's out there has not helped the perception. And I think that's where a lot of people say that they are against it.
I think one of the misconceptions that I see out there is that we're getting $16 million in the bond issuance, and we're giving $16 million to Shodine, and that simply is not true. The lion's share of all of that money is to build that public parking garage. It's going to cost at least $13 million to build the public parking garage. And then the soft costs associated with the private development are what will be reimbursed with the balance of those funds.
And remember that the public needs to hear this again and again and again. That money is not generated unless that building is built.
Right.
The city does not have $16 million or $20 million in a bank that's going to pay this developer back for building the parking garage and the costs. That's only generated by building the building.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't heard Keenan. Did you want to chime in at all?
I do. I don't think I have a choice either. I've talked to several people, and I've gone back and forth on this project. I think it is will be an economic driver for our downtown. I think the issue that people I've talked to, and for myself, is the size of the project. The character of it doesn't fit with downtown Batavia. I wasn't here from the beginning, and I probably would have suggested something of lopping off the top 2 floors and moving them to the Larson Becker lot at this point. But for all of the benefits of during construction, it will feed all of these restaurants and these people downtown, because that's what I did when I was a project manager. We went to all of the restaurants in the town for all of the windfall of money that won't happen until 23 years from now. Will be amazing for all of us. I look at just the changing of the character of the town, of what it's going to look like. It will be 4 stories above what is already over there. It's hard for me to look at. There are tons of people that are also in construction that I talk to, is they know that downtown is going to be a place to be. And there are many places that this can happen, that all of these places can be developed. I'm still stuck on the look of it. I know it's going to be an amazing project for us for downtown. I just don't think the size of it fits our downtown.
Joe.
I think I heard from the same people Tony heard from. And I don't go out on social media looking for people's opinions. I solicit them. I openly ask people to reach out and contact me and let me know what they think. Nothing I read over this weekend has changed my position. Nothing I've heard tonight has changed my position. In fact, some things I've heard tonight and the people that have reached out from the 4th Ward have helped solidify my position. This is too big for our town. It doesn't say Batavia when you look at it. It says Shodine when you look at it. It's the same style, shape of every Shodine building in all the other towns. We need to say Batavia, not Shodine. I'm solidly against this.
Abby, you had wanted to add?
Yeah, I had a question, and and I apologize that it's like the new people that are like, it's so big, we just missed our opportunity to sit here and say that when that was actually on the table. So, but that's still a thing for all of us.
There was a plan that had 12 townhouses, and we said no to that.
I'd like to see that plan. What was my actual question? Oh, so I'm jumping ahead again, a couple agenda items. But to the RFQ comment that you made me think of it, was the RFQ sent as this is one parcel, you have to build on all of it? Was it subdivided? And have RFQs ever gone out on any of the other properties that are to be discussed in the TIF plan?
The answer to the second question is no. The First Baptist Church redevelopment site, I am not sure, and perhaps Dave could answer the question about which, and Chris Aston is also on the line. I don't know which properties. I know the First Baptist Church and its associated parking lot were advertised to be the redevelopment site. I'm not sure whether the public parking deck, the former Friedendahl building, and the former Fisher property were also part of the RFQ. Chris, can you answer that question?
Yeah, I can. The RFQ included the properties, but there was a caveat that the city would commit to obtain those properties that it didn't already own. And so in order to provide the best opportunity for redevelopment, we included all the land that is presently part of the One Washington Place project, but we made very clear in the RFQ that there were some properties, in this case, Friedendahl, Fisher, I believe those are the only two, that we didn't have possession, we did not own them, but that the city would undertake its authority to obtain those pieces. And it was not a secret that the property was in a TIF district, and that the city could use its eminent domain authority in condemnation to obtain those land. So the quick answer to your question is, Abby, is yes. All the land that's in OWP was made a part of the RFQ in terms of a redevelopment opportunity. And it is possible that some of the 24 recipients might have said, look, there's some risk here in terms of timing because they may have trouble getting that land. And so that might have caused some consternation. And in fact, it did with Petzelt and Childine Incorporated. They worried that the city wouldn't get the land, but, they thought they'd at least put pencil to paper. So, yeah, I believe we're talking apples and apples here.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody from the public?
Is there anybody that called in tonight?
Not from the public.
Okay.
We have on the line Don McKay, the architect for the project, so in case you wanted him to walk through any of those changes. And then we also have people from Kane McKenna, who performed the financial analysis of the project, which is more relevant to the RDA.
Well, without anything, I do want to remind everyone this is strictly the design that came to us, and we're recommending it to City Council. There's still an RDA to get through and some issues, but as of now, for this ordinance 2045, did anybody want to make a motion?
Just for clarity's sake, this is, as Dave Petzold said, for 2020.
For the 2020, the new, as recommended by the Planning Commission and the Historic Preservation Commission.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All right, motion approved. Alderman O'Brien, and seconded by Alderman McFadden. Roll call, please.
O'Brien?
Aye.
Callahan?
No.
Meitzler?
No.
Malay?
No.
Ewer?
No.
Saron?
Aye.
McFadden?
Aye.
Miller?
No.
Rosato?
Aye.
Beck?
Aye.
Knopf?
No.
Chanzit?
Aye.
Barron? Aye.
And Wolf.
Aye.
Motion carried 8-6.
Okay. All right.
Didn't have to break a tie tonight, did you?
Remember, he doesn't vote in Cal meetings. I don't have to remind everybody again.
You know how I would have voted, so it's
Yep. Okay.
empty question.
I think that's the key to moving on with the rest of what we have here for tonight. Now, item number 9 is ordinance 20-51, authorizing execution of the third amended and restated redevelopment agreement for 1 Washington Place. Alderman Chancet?
Thank you, Your Honor. So we also have the memo from Laura. If we are moving on with this, there were some updated numbers in there regarding return on equity, return on cost and whatnot, and the analysis did show that we still do have a reason to provide assistance for the project to move forward. And last page leaves us with 2 things to discuss. The developer has offered to begin construction drawings immediately upon approval of the RDA, as long as the costs are reimbursable in the event that we decide that we don't want this thing anymore. So this is a really critical moment. If we're telling the developer to go forward with what, $500,000 in drawings, we better be sure he's going to build the thing that we just gave him authorization to do drawings for. And then we do need to discuss the sales tax abatement that we could possibly offer to future tenants at some time. Did I leave anything out?
No, that's fine. That's great.
I guess, does anyone have anything that they'd like to talk about here then?
I was trying to sketch out the full schedule of if this moves forward, then what's the shovel in the ground expected date?
So that really, is this on? Can you hear me? No. Thank you. The one point about starting the architectural plans is really one of the critical components to the schedule. If I understand the TIF, the creation of the TIF process, if that moves forward tonight, that between all of scheduling out all of the various meetings that are required to finalize that TIF, it may not be created, approved until somewhere between late November and early January, depending on if there's any need to table a meeting, et cetera. So the thought is, if we could get started now with architectural plans, we could be drawing over that 3 to 4 month period, which in essence would expedite us starting construction with shovel in the ground, the crack of spring. If we can't start those plans or don't start those plans until the TIF is approved, then that's going to push, if the TIF gets approved, let's say on January 1, it would then take the 3 to 4 months to get the plans drawn. Does that help you with the schedule? I'm trying to get to the microphone.
I know, I can't.
Contact with you.
I didn't see anybody when I sat over there. Cody was there.
What's the approximate cost of the drawings all in?
So the estimated cost is about $400,000 to $500,000.
You don't want to front that if we say no? No?
That's, the concern is, do we want to put that investment out there, and then we really don't control the final vote, which the council would. Now, keep in mind that if through the process you don't spend the $500,000 on day one, that let's say that you're spending, $100,000 to $200,000 a month over the course of those 3 to 4 months of doing the drawing. So, in the event that something happened, let's say in month 2, the exposure wouldn't be the full $500,000. It would be what dollars were spent by the architect to that point, as long as we picked up the phone and told them, stop, pencils down, stop drawing.
And if you cry uncle first, it's your fault, you're paying for the drawings.
Absolutely. If we would go ahead and start the plans, and if something were to collapse on our side, we're not asking you, that we eat the bill.
but this is a courtesy to help get that shovel in the ground faster.
That-
If
it-
we're
that is-
truly in a partnership, then that's what you're asking for.
Exactly, yes. We just don't want the rug pulled out from underneath us, during that 3 to 4 month process. We'd like to start the plans right away.
Right. And because of the complexity of the drawings, and I think Scott Buning could chime in, we're looking at like a 6-week review period for those drawings. Even we're going to attempt to obtain the Oswego drawings so that we can kind of get an idea of the type of structures that we're looking at from, electric and the different systems. But still, it will take likely a good 6 weeks to review the drawings between all the different departments.
Yeah, I would agree that that's, an accurate time frame for, some initial reviews. If there's back and forth and, revisions necessary, there's going to be time added to that, but that's obviously going to be the case. We don't know what codes Oswego uses, so, their codes may be different than what ours are, so we'd be looking at it from fresh eyes, really.
Does anybody else have anything to say regarding green lighting drawings if we are moving forward with this? Anybody on the phone?
Dan, question.
Sure.
What would a timeline be for last time that this could go away, thereby being the responsibility of this city?
You mean like an off ramp?
Yeah. When would the timing that if we said whatever timeline said no, are we looking at 3 months from now, 6 months from now?
It potentially could be before the end of this meeting, because we have a step forward in establishing TIF number 6 is the next item on the agenda.
But when would a fail date be?
And I'm going to let Chris Aston chime in. There is, following the joint review board meeting, there is a public hearing, and following the public hearing, the city finally votes on an ordinance to establish the TIF. Is that correct, Chris?
That's correct. I guess my thinking is that whether you approve the project or not, the builder is not going to build the building if there's no TIF in place.
Right.
So that's kind of like the last ball that drops. Now, this medium point where the builder will start drawing the plans based on the RDA telling him that, look, if the TIF doesn't go through, that's not on you, so we'll reimburse you on the plan. That seems like a good compromise because that gets the plans going. But that doesn't guarantee that the TIF will be approved. At some point, the council has to adopt 3 ordinances, which include the plan, include tax increment financing, and then finally includes establishing the TIF. So those can happen no earlier, I would guess, than Thanksgiving or sometime in November, based on the way the statute lays out the next processes, which I will talk about when I present the redevelopment plan. But the bottom line is, we know the builder won't build the project if the TIF can't be done, because we won't lend them the $16 million or reimburse them that because we can't pay ourselves back. We won't have enough increment over the bond.
Right.
So you kind of back your way in and you say, if you need $16 million, we can't give it to you because we don't have a TIF. And he's not going to build the building.
But if anybody was concerned about backing out now, because we spent $2 million, at a later point it could be $2.5 million.
Yeah.
I guess what you're talking about is the $2 million we spent in property acquisition and demolition.
Right. Yeah, you're saying that it doesn't guarantee that the TIF's created. But if someone was worried about how much we've spent to this point, we're spending more still that we would owe.
Well, we're spending new money now. Bear in mind, there's still a TIF 5. So let's say this TIF doesn't move forward. We already tried the extension of TIF 5, and that didn't make it. So, but we still have TIF 5 in place. If this TIF does not move forward till 6, then presumably and undoubtedly, at least by its composition today, the Chodine project goes away. But that doesn't mean we can't get another project down the road. I'm not hopeful that would be the case. It certainly won't be the case anytime soon. I don't think it'll be the case with respect to the scope and grandeur of this project. And, it's really going to rely, I think, on this project moving forward, and that's predicated on the TIF being adopted. And we can't do that tomorrow. We have to have the joint review board. We have to have the public hearing. All that has to take place over the course of a prescribed time frame in the statute, which gets us out to late fall.
Anyone else on the phone want to chime in?
Dan, I have a question.
Joe?
In the event the city did terminate for reasons within the city's control, and there were reimbursement costs that went to cover the costs of those drawings, who owns the intellectual property, the city or the developer?
We would have no problem conveying that intellectual property to the city.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to chime in?
Just to, Dan, if I can, just to summarize, if we don't do this and we wait to get confirmation on TIF and vote and all of that, what is the different date of shovel to shovel versus whether we say we'll take the risk or whether we say we won't take the risk?
Between the number of months between now and November, it would basically set it behind because it's going to take Dave.
So it's a
4
3-month
months?
difference,
3
but
months?
does that affect anything seasonally? Does that
Yeah.
3 months turn into 6 months, or what
Yeah,
are those dates?
I've heard Chris say end of November, Thanksgiving, which is end of November. So if it's December 1 that it gets approved, to me, it's that 3 to 4 months that we would be losing on being able to get the shovel in the ground, that period of time.
What I'm saying is, would you get shovel in the ground December 1st, or are you still waiting till March, so there's really no advantage?
We have to draw the drawings. If we started drawing the drawings now, and we got the review, if you approved the TIF, the final ball drops on the 16th, in December, we would start right away. We did all the concrete work down in Oswego through the winter months of the foundation. So it's not seasonal. It's really just the period of drawing those drawings that you're gaining.
And it's a 3-month period.
Correct. 3 to 4 months. Heaven forbid if this goes to January, then it's even a little bit longer. So
that's the question. I mean, Dan, you said it bluntly to him, like, "Oh, you're not willing to take that risk. Are we willing to take that risk?"
And we have to decide on that tonight.
Right.
So is it a deal breaker for you if we delay the project?
No. We're fine.
You're doing it as a courtesy to us to get this thing built faster.
We'd like to do that. My disadvantage that's out there is the lender has to wait 3 to 4, 5 months longer, and do we lose the lender? It's one of the things that
if you have a lender, we should probably move forward.
That's typically when you have a lender, you start, you go, you don't wait.
So if the drawings part is not a deal breaker, is the sales tax rebate a deal breaker for you? As in, you do not want to move forward if we don't give that to you tonight?
The sales tax is really not coming to me.
I understand.
And so I can say it's not a deal breaker, but then when there's empty retail down there, that's why I'm asking for that, is for that tenant to get that, to entice them to come in.
Right. The reason I say that is I don't think that belongs part of the RDA. If our economic development department determines that you have empty storefronts and we want to use that tool separately, we should be able to do that. Putting it in the RDA does not have a lot of teeth. It doesn't.
It just makes sure that the tool's in the tool belt for us, versus if we don't get approval
Understood.
I want to make sure that we're upfront with all of the issues going on, and that one of the issues with that retail is trying to fill it. So,
But it would be on us then to still negotiate that with the individual tenants is what I was getting at. And that's outside the RDA. It's a philosophy.
yes.
Right, the tool doesn't go away just because we don't include.
Tool does not go away because we don't include the RDA. It makes it a stronger argument, though, that we're giving some sort of commitment. I don't think 6 months is enough. I think you'll fill them in the first month. I really do. But I'm open to suggestion. Does anyone want to chime in on this particular issue?
I think us not filling those shops is a detriment to us, the city. It would only benefit us to fill those shops. So us sitting back and just letting them sit empty, like we would go out and try and fill those shops. I don't think it needs to be in there because I feel like our staff and our team would put our foot forward running to put people in those shops. It only helps us tax-wise and the look of our town.
I don't think it helps us tell the story any stronger either when we're trying to sell this to residents, that piece is in there. That definitely raised some red flags.
Nick?
Yeah, I would disagree. I mean, it's not incumbent upon us. Every experience I've had, of course, I'm not Walmart or anything, but the landlord has given incentives because they want that rented out. So it's not just benefiting us. It does benefit us. It more benefits him. So it should be more incumbent upon him to give the incentive. We're already given 16 million and everything we just keep giving. I think this is something that shouldn't be in the RDA. If it comes down to, and there's somebody that's attractive,
we'll talk.
We've got 23 years. Different vendors are going to be coming, different councils are going to be coming, different variables are going to be around.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be in the RDA.
You're uncomfortable with the optics as well?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Anyone else? Anybody on the phone?
Yeah, this is Tony here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I agree with Nick on that. The loss of revenue by not renting it is transferred to us by having to absorb that. If they're not being able to fill the space, they'd rather us take a loss in our revenue because that's why we're filling them, so we can have some revenue. They can keep the rent at the same rate and say, well, we'll see about getting these incentives. I'm adamantly opposed. I couldn't believe, to be honest with you, my jaw dropped when I read this memo on both us assuming the risk of possible $500,000 in plans. If it doesn't go through, I'm feeling pressured for future votes if we agree to that. And the sales tax, I didn't know. My constituents are going to be furious if we do this.
I would just say that, to the point that many have made, sales tax rebates to incentivize a business to sign a long-term lease is something that is a typical economic incentive that is used to attract those types of businesses versus, because I love insurance agencies, but they, aren't creating a lot of revenue versus someplace that is a store or a restaurant that is generating those types of consumption taxes for us.
Would that sales tax incentive be your opening approach to a potential renter? Would that be the first thing hey, come to this building because I can get you this? That sounds to me like as the negotiations on price and length of a contract are going on, that's one of the later tools you'd pull out, not something up front. Why have that loaded so that everybody coming in knows up front they're automatically getting that concession before the negotiations even start?
I guess we'd like to make sure that we have the tool, that it's there. Do we open up negotiation to say we're going to get you a sales tax rebate? No.
If it's in the RDA and I'm coming to rent that storefront, yes. You're starting negotiations with that because I already know you've already got that in your back pocket, so put that on the table the first minute of the meeting. And that, I think, is a disadvantage to the city.
I think what I've heard expressed here tonight is that, but for a few, that there seems to be unanimous support for the use of that as an incentive in the appropriate situation. But that perhaps seeing it there in black and white in the RDA means I'm going to sit back and wait until that 6-month period of time before I even get in there. So we definitely have a willingness to offer those types of incentives if there are those vacancies there, to have those discussions and try to incentivize those.
I would fully support incentivizing if it was for the right tenant, but I certainly don't think that you lead with that. And I certainly don't think that you tell the town that that's another thing we're giving you, because that's the perception. That's all.
Dan,
Marty.
you had mentioned Walmart got the sales tax incentive. What year was that?
Your Honor?
2004, Walmart.
And don't they?
It's never
don't
been
they,
used.
I was gonna say, don't they have a fund too for like some improvements for the streetlights there as well? And
No, it's when they get to a certain.
Right, a certain sales level.
And they have not reached that sales level yet.
Right.
We got them to.
And what other entities have we used that incentive for?
Wish Peggy was here, but I think Marty is asking who else have we used the sales tax incentive for? It certainly has been part of the discussion for other development opportunities, but I don't think that we have any other sales tax rebates.
Initially,
We offered it to Art Van.
Art Van? No.
No.
Actually, we did not use it
used
for Art
as an
Van.
incentive
No, we didn't use
We
it,
discussed it, but we didn't agree to it.
Exactly.
We used it as an
Mayor.
incentive out in Randall Road to get
Laura,
Tanker Burke Stratton
this
to
is
put in
Peggy.
a jewel.
oh, Peggy,
So
jump-
at Main and Randall, and at Wilson and Randall, that was a sales tax.
Speak into the microphone.
You need to use the mic.
That was a sales tax incentive at Main and Randall and Wilson and Randall that paid for the traffic signals and the widening of the intersections. Then we did one with Menards, I believe it was, and Target at McKee in Randall. And then we did one also at Mill and that was a whole new traffic signal they put in. And then when Walmart came in, there was a deal that somebody had to come up with $3 million on that property to help pay for that widening of that intersection and do all these changes that were put in place out there. And so there's been a lot of, come see, come saw with that whole thing over the years, but we've always been able to pay it, and the only one that is not collected is Walmart, and then that one had a cap on it that they had to sell so much merchandise within a given year, and then they would get beyond that certain, I think it was 800,000 maybe or something. And they've never done that, so we haven't paid them anything as far as I remember.
Peggy, anything that you'd like to add?
The mayor covered them all, except we also had Olmsted before Berkeley's was there. They had a small incentive. And we have paid Walmart some, and it was open-ended. So if their sales increase, we could pay more on that one. I think we've paid them about $300,000 so far of a $1.5 million sales tax rebate.
Laura, I think the bottom line is that the city, through its home rule authority, can offer sales tax reimbursement as an incentive. Typically, when it's offered, it's because it's a very desirable retailer or restaurant. It's based on sales, anticipated sales, size of the store, but in any case, it's also accompanied by some kind of pro forma that says, in order for this incentive to be granted, you have to prove it up. You have to prove up the fact that but for the incentive, the economics, the return on the investment for the retailer isn't work. So, I mean, why would you take that out of, whether it's in the RDA or not, you've got the authority of the home rule on a case-by-case basis to look at a sales tax reimbursement plan.
And Chris, to your point, I'm saying that's why you separate them, is because we have the authority anyways. We don't need to include in an RDA that we have that authority, which we might use for the right retailer. I feel like when I read the memo first, I felt like it sent the wrong message to codify that. It made me uncomfortable when I read it.
Dan?
And I'm not arguing that it's, I'm getting a little off the reservation here. I'm not arguing that it be in, that there's an insistence that it be in the RDA or not. All I'm saying is that it's a tool that is at your disposal through state law. And, you know, I wouldn't, and I think any retailer knows that, whether it's in the RDA or not, the retailer knows, hey, well, I'm going to ask for a sales tax incentive. Or the developer. It can be granted the developer also to help them offset the cost associated with a retailer that wants to pay less than market rent, or less than the rent that is due for the space in question.
Sure. Marty?
Dan? Yeah, and that was why I was asking the questions for it. I do not think it should be in there. We have not been using it. Why would we put it in this one? And when it was used, it's been used in the past. It hasn't been used recently. We have to look to what we're doing today. We're in the face of declining sales tax revenue. And to even give that up at a later date, that's a no.
But Marty, you would use it as a tool if you thought
Yeah.
that it was appropriate.
Right. Because we
I'm
have.
saying for in this RDA, it should not be in there.
Sure, and I'm saying outside the RDA, the temperature I was getting in the room here is that people were generally in favor of the tool. That's all.
That would be a discussion for a later day.
For sure, okay. I'm not trading votes over the phone. Anybody want to make a motion? Anyone have any additional discussion? Anyone else on the phone want to say anything? If not.
Well, can we clarify exactly?
I want
what
to clarify,
this
yeah, I was just about
vote
to
is?
say, do we want to make it an amended motion without the sales tax incentive included in the RDA?
So moved.
Because that's how I'll vote for it, as if we remove it.
So neither of those two provisions are part of the RDA right now, so I kind of suggest a motion a little bit the opposite of that, that it is the RDA, but to add a provision that allows the
The drawings to
developer to recover the costs of doing the construction drawings prior to the establishment of the TIF.
Okay.
Before we do that, can I ask a question, just for clarification? I know there was question with re-tiffing on the recovery of all our costs. Has that been confirmed, or is there a way to put that in there that's?
There is not. It's just that no precedence exists, so there isn't anything in the TIF Act that would preclude us from seeking reimbursement of those costs if additional increments exist beyond what is needed to pay off the bond debt. So we feel that we have a legal basis to make that argument. It's just that it's not anything that it's not clear in the TIF Act itself, and nor has it been tested. There's just no legal precedence.
Then what would it take to add in there that in the slight chance that we go to court and are challenged and we don't, those expenses are covered by the SSA?
Because they're our expenses, we don't cover a lot in the RDA about what we're going to reimburse ourselves for. The RDA is more about what the developer is entitled to in terms of the redevelopment plan. So nothing in here would be like a promise to pay ourselves something.
No, I'm looking for a promise for him to pay, like for those properties, if we're not able to reimburse ourselves through the TIF, which was the initial intent, and I assume we're going to, but in that 2% chance that we can't and we're challenged, how do we cover ourselves and have that reimbursed to us?
I guess it would go to the financial analysis and to see where the return on investment, what happens to the return on investment when you take $2 million away from it.
Yeah, I think what you're asking to be done is to add $2 million more of costs
Yeah.
to be paid, and whether those are paid by additional increment over the $16 million repayment of the bonds, and if that's not done, then it has to be paid by the SSA. Those costs, I'm seeing those costs are sliding, all you're doing is sliding them under my responsibility to pay, which is going to increase my cost to $2 million, which is going to change my financial pro forma significantly.
Well, it really shouldn't, because those costs were included since day one. So now we're not,
Not as developer costs.
Not-
So when he goes to his lender and the lender looks at the potential for future liability on the project, that's going to, right, be something that they will analyze as, it has changed now.
Yeah, those $2 million were never being paid by me. They were being paid by you if there's additional increment after the 16 million.
and then how does that differ from the expense? What, we had a backstop with the SSA, what were those expenses
So
covering?
in the event that,
The bond.
in the event the increment doesn't pay the $16 million of bond repayment, then I'm guaranteeing you that I'm going to repay it. And if I don't pay it through the increment, then you'll give me a verbal ask or an email ask for me to pay it. And if I don't pay it then it goes into the SSA and it has to be paid. So I'm guaranteeing the repayment of that 16
Of the
million.
bond, but not the expenses above and beyond.
That's correct.
And I don't believe we could use the SSA for that. We would probably have to change the language of the SSA in order to do that.
Well, okay, I bring it up because I'm not comfortable saying yes if we don't know. If, I want a backstop for the city, because that's $2 million additional to us today that we weren't gonna pay yesterday. Again, another $2 million that comes onto this project that I think we'll get it back, is the answer I'm getting, but we're not sure, and I'm not comfortable with that. So I was just looking for ways to,
I'm hoping that we have been conservative in our estimates of the value of the private investments, so that we know, the very confident thing that we know is that we'll be able to pay the bond payments. But by estimating it conservatively like that, our hope is that there will be that additional increment. And what our TIF council has told us is that, there's nothing in the TIF Act that prevents us from applying that additional increment to the property acquisition, because it lists under there that a reimbursable cost is the property acquisition. And that's all it says. So we acquired the property. So under the TIF Act, that should be a TIF reimbursable cost.
Laura, can I quickly ask Peggy a question?
Yes.
Peggy, the money that we spent on the properties up to that point, just roughly the $2 million that's out there already and other soft costs, did that come out of our other TIFs, or was that out of the general fund?
They were out of the other kits.
They were out of the other TIFs. So we didn't spend money out of anything but the TIFs already on this. So the money that's
correct.
there was reimbursed by another TIF that we've spent already on these properties. That's why we never included that in the bond issue or the financials of paying ourselves back. Because if we're paying ourselves back, we're moving that money into the other TIFs that it came from. So realize that that's one of the reasons why the SSA was created, to make sure that whatever generated from the property, whatever comes into the TIF, the new TIF, would be enough to pay back the bonds. If it's not, the SSA covers that. The other money that we spent for property acquisition and everything else came out of another TIF. So it's not like you're reimbursing the
Which
general
TIF?
fund for that money.
Okay, no, I get your point, that's a good point.
I wanted to make sure that
still
we
don't
got
get
that, 'cause
it,
I
though.
get where you're going, is you want to know
Right.
that what we've already laid out on the table to buy these properties, somehow we get that back.
Right.
And realize that money was generated by other TIFs.
Which TIFs were those generated by,
Peggy
Peggy?
would have to answer that.
TIF 1.
TIF 1.
Which is contiguous.
Yeah, the contiguous TIF.
Right. That's correct.
That's also what paid for River Street and.
Dan?
Yeah, actually, Mark here real quick.
Yeah, this is a different topic, but.
Sorry.
If we're gonna take the risk on starting the drawings right now, and that's on us if this fails at some point, I'd like to know why to complete the project went from 36 months to 42 months, and we're giving you that extra time for drawings and everything, and I just don't know why we gave 6 more months in the RDA.
I know what you're talking about.
It's on page 30.
What page?
30.
30. And Scott's on the line too. I can remember, this was part of cleaning this up. There were 2 different provisions that conflicted. And when we went back, and many of the things that are done are they're contingent upon something else when something else happened, right? And so I believe it was a miscalculation of that time period, that we had thought that it was 18 months, and then it's 18 months an additional 2 years. So that's 42 months, not 36 months. It was 18
Yeah, I think
months.
there was a gap there. We were looking at some of the dates that's why we had to put the additional 6 months in there, because the dates on several different things crossed, I guess, is what I recall.
But I guess the date is we're issuing a permit. We're done at that point, right? And it's all on Chodine to build it within 36 months, and we extended it to 42. That's what
I can look into it and get a better answer for you
we
than
all
that.
agreed on
I just
36
don't know it
months
off
at
the
some
top of my head. I knew, so it's, the drawings are here, and it takes this long to review this, and then there is the notice to proceed, and then there is the transfer of the property.
But this
And
sounds like permit.
Now
Like
there's.
you have a permit to build.
So, you know what? I am guessing that, before the time period did not include the remainder of the demolition and the environmental remediation. Because we had
That sounds right.
previously been responsible for providing them with a clean site, and they were going to begin all of their excavation. And when the environmental issue came up, we decided that rather than mobilize 2 separate crews, that we were going to have the developer, we're going to transfer the property earlier so that they could just mobilize 1 crew to complete the demolition, and then also excavate that part that was the remediation. So that would probably attest for that, and that crosses over, right? Because ordinarily, we weren't going to give them the property title until all of that was done.
Okay, that makes sense.
I would agree with that.
Anybody else?
Dan?
Marty?
My point was along the lines of, I understand where Nick was coming with in the discussing of the property repayment, et cetera, because that was a huge selling point when we were presenting this to the community, that the costs, this project will pay for itself, and all of the costs involved. And I think I am picking up on Nick's apprehension that we've moved from hey, this was a guarantee, this is a good point, to God, we hope.
No,
It feels stronger than that.
It's not at all. I mean, it
I
would
tried
have
to look.
to-
I tried to
someone
look
would have
for
to
the memo.
legally challenge it. So I don't know who is going to legally challenge our ability to do that to
pay ourselves
our
back
detriment.
funds or pay ourselves back expenses that we have previously paid ourselves back where there is precedent for to do that. I get it, and I feel like we had a memo and I was looking for it. I can't find it. That we're way in the weeds here on this, and I'm not as uncomfortable as other people are.
Yeah, I can send out the
Yeah,
memo
Kevin
of
sent us an
the
opinion.
Kevin definitely
lawyer's
sent us an
opinion.
So, would anybody like to make a motion?
So moved.
We have to make an amended motion.
No, the amended motion will be that we, ordinance 20-51, authorizing execution of the third amended and restated redevelopment agreement for 1 Washington Place, including the repayment to the developer for costs associated with the drawings if the city does not approve the TIF.
Perfect.
Got it. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any additional discussion?
Just one extra question.
Sir.
If I may, but this doesn't include, the retail, the incentive?
Are you making an amendment?
I'm not. I'm asking what this
It does not.
amendment is.
Does not.
That-
Staff
that-
gave it,
It's in there.
it's in the memo
It's in the memo, but it's not part of it.
as something that we could discuss. We discussed both items and agreed that we would like this project to start.
Let me make
And that's
sure.
why the amendment to let him go forward with the drawings.
Alderman Cerrone, is your question, are these two provisions in the RDA currently?
Correct.
They are not. Neither one is in the RDA, and so the motion is to authorize execution of the RDA and add the first bullet point, but not the second bullet point.
Because that's what it says, I'm reading right from the memo. There are 2 requests from the developer that should be discussed, and if agreed upon, should be memorialized in the RDA.
For sure.
So we're only putting 1 in the RDA.
I apologize doing this, but it just came to my mind. Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
Is there any way to put in there what our expectations are regarding the closure of River Street and/or State Street?
That is in there.
Not in the RDA.
Road closures are in the RDA,
It says they have to have approval and
and that it should be kept to an absolute minimum.
Yep.
So,
Okay. Okay, thank you.
you know what, Nick makes a good point. I haven't said a whole lot. But Dave, you understand what our concerns are on River Street. What is your concern?
I do, I understand the concern, and I believe that we want to be good stewards of the community, the immediate community right around there. And to Mike's point earlier, our construction workers, and I think somebody else had mentioned it, are going to be using, whether it's restaurants, the bars, et cetera. So we are going to become spending dollars in those establishments. So can I stand here and say, no, we're never going to have to close River Street? No, I can't say it. There are going to be some points in time that we're going to have some issues. But do I want the tenants to survive around the building? Absolutely. Am I going to cooperate with them and help them? Yes. I can tell you one that down in Oswego that the tenants did not, the existing tenants really didn't take up with us. It was a suggestion was who would provide lunch? And 2 construction workers. And none of the businesses got on that bandwagon, and I'm anti-roach coach. I don't want a roach coach pulling up onto the project. Turns out nobody wanted to participate in that. So the construction workers went out and found a restaurant locally, and there's somebody that delivers 45 lunches every day to the project. So 45 lunches, that's a good selling feature. So somebody is benefiting. So we want to cooperate with the existing tenants. We're going to try to minimize any impacts to them, and that's about as far as I can agree with that. I can't agree that we're never going to close the street.
You know what, I do this every day, okay, in construction, And on a project I had, when we had to close the whole street down on a streetscape in Oak Park, and when we had to block an entrance to a building, to a hair salon, this is my expectations, because this is what I've done. I had a laborer who was 6'4", and pretty well built, and when women had to get across, we built bridges to get people into the buildings, actual footbridges, okay? When the footbridge was no longer workable, that we had to remove it, this guy's job was to lift the women and bring them into the store so they wouldn't close. And that is it's a God's honest truth. And that's the expectation I would have, that not that you have people lifting people, but men lifting people, but that you go the extra mile. I mean, can you say that's?
Yeah, we have that. Our biggest complaint down in Oswego, we've been down there a year, and we're in the middle of the downtown, is the flashing red light on the crane was a little bit too bright. And that to me is not that big of an issue that we can't overcome. So yeah, we want to cooperate with everybody. We will cooperate with everybody, and we will do our best.
And for everyone's reference, it's section 1.07 on the bottom of page 12, which is disruption of public use or public property.
Abby, go ahead.
Can I ask a TIF question, having never gone through the TIF process before? So we're saying that we're saying we'll pay for the drawings if the TIF doesn't go through. The joint review board is non-binding.
That's correct.
So if they come back and say, no, we don't approve this, then we'll still know in the back of our heads that we've got $500,000 potentially, or costs up to that point, which is only a couple months.
To your point, someone on the phone mentioned that we are binding ourselves to a yes vote on the TIF tonight. That's
not necessarily true.
It's a very expensive no.
It's a very expensive no, but the joint review board could bring up a concern to you that is worth that.
It's only a couple months worth of, well, I guess it only takes a couple months if they're saying 3 months is, to do the drawings.
It is.
So it could be $500,000 that we're.
Up to. It is an expensive no. It is something to think about.
It's a risk.
Dan,
Marty?
Question along those lines is, if the joint review board says no, is it a simple majority or is it 2/3?
I will get the answer to that for you.
For the city council?
Correct.
Yes. They can make a recommendation against it. It's advisory. But if they do recommend against it, it will require a supermajority vote of the council. I don't remember if it's 2/3 or 3/4 though. Scott, do you remember?
No, I don't remember the exact number. I want to say it's 2/3, but don't quote me on that.
We can't deliver that vote. Not tonight.
That's why I bring that up.
Well, I think one of the votes I heard tonight with respect to a new TIF was, I'm in favor of the new TIF, but I'm not in favor of the project. I'd like to think that they can be mutually exclusive. You can vote for a new TIF, even though you may be opposed to this project. I mean, it still creates an opportunity for some other project down the road and gives you 23 years to do it, and you include 30 parcels instead of 3 parcels. So the new TIF can be considered on its own merit as a good idea or a bad idea. So it's not fair to tie a redevelopment plan and program and the adoption of TIF to how you feel about this project necessarily. Now, I'm not so naive to think that they're not connected. Obviously they are. But please don't take a vote even in your mind on the new TIF until after the public hearing. I mean, you got the joint review board, then you got a public hearing, which gives all of the interested parties and anyone else an opportunity for input into the TIF adoption. So it'd be disingenuous to say, okay, well, we're into the TIF now. Otherwise, Dave could start construction on Tuesday, that's being facetious, but, we still have to go through that process. It's very strictly prescribed through statute, and we don't want to truncate that.
And the point is that we're not saying we're tying our vote to the TIF. We are tying ourselves to $500,000 that we have no guarantees on.
Right, we've shifted the risk.
Correct.
Dan?
Sir?
Tony here.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm really uncomfortable about this. This project's been going for 4 years. There's been all these things that come up and derail us. And we're going to risk $500,000 to get this project going 3 months sooner, or 6 months, or I just think, you know what, the mounting budget problem we have, that is money that will come out of our pockets now. That will come out of the budget now, and not a revenue in 23 years, but an expense in the current next year's budget.
It won't get, Peggy's still on the line. It is still a soft cost that is TIF reimbursable. And so we would look to the adjacent TIFs to cover the cost, not the general fund.
That's correct.
I could think of a lot of better ways to spend that money.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Is it a deal breaker if we don't include this and we withdraw the amendment and you break ground 3 months later? Because it sounds like we're pretty uncomfortable with this part.
No, it's not a deal breaker, but again, we're saying 3 months. I believe.
You think it's longer than that?
I think it's going to be 4 to 5 months.
We have an 8-6 vote tonight. We cannot deliver
You
a
know what?
supermajority like that. We can't.
Dan, is this something we could revisit after joint review board, after we get more, and we could limit it to only a 2-month delay or a 1-month delay or a 3-month delay? We're not locking in a 6-month delay. But to include that today, you're going to lose, I think.
Any point in time, we can pull the trigger and start.
Right.
So,
And we just got to guarantee it at that time.
correct.
What do you think?
Okay, it looks like I'm going to change my motion.
You're going to withdraw your motion then?
I'm going to withdraw what I had, and I'm going to go back and restate that I move that we recommend to council ordinance 20-51, authorizing execution of the third amended and restated redevelopment agreement for 1 Washington Place, not including either one of the 2 bullet points requested by the developer.
Can you just reiterate those 2 bullet points for the record?
Sure, let me find them. The developer is willing to begin construction drawings immediately upon approval of the RDA, as long as the cost of doing so will be reimbursable to the developer in the event the city council does not adopt the new TIF or otherwise terminates the agreement unless termination is for reasons outside the city's control. The second bullet point reads, the developer is requesting some form of sales tax abatement for the retail space. Staff recommends that there be some time within which these spaces are marketed without an incentive, such as 6 months after certificate of occupancy. Staff further recommends minimum lease term to qualify for the incentive. So neither one of those will be included in my motion.
Thank you.
Second.
A motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? Can we have a roll call, please?
Wolf,
Aye.
O'Brien,
Aye.
Callahan,
No.
Meitzler,
No.
Malay,
No.
Ewer,
No.
Saron,
Aye.
McFadden,
Aye.
Miller,
No.
Rosado,
Aye.
Beck,
Aye.
Knopf,
No.
Shansett,
Aye.
and Barron.
Aye.
Motion carried 8-6.
Okay. Then moving on to item number 10, Resolution 20-97-R, a resolution expressing official intent regarding certain expenditures to be reimbursed from the Special Tax Allocation Fund from proceeds of an obligation issued, if any, or other sources from such fund in connection with proposed tax increment financing district commonly described as the Near East Downtown Redevelopment Project Area.
2020 plan. This is a very procedural issue. This is basically putting all other public and taxing bodies on notice that monies we will be spending from inside the TIF are things that we are considering a reimbursable payment. So is there any additional discussion on that? Otherwise, I would make a motion that we approve that resolution.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Roll call, please.
Chanzit?
Aye.
Barron?
Aye.
Wolf?
Aye.
O'Brien?
Aye.
Callahan?
No.
Meitzler?
No.
Malay?
No.
Ewer?
No.
Saron?
Aye.
McFadden?
Aye.
Miller?
No.
Rosado?
Aye.
Beck?
Aye.
And Knopf?
No.
Motion carried 8-6.
Okay. Next up is item number 11, a presentation on the TIF redevelopment plan and program.
Chris Aston is going to do this presentation.
Gloria, is my slideshow on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Chris, can you speak up a little bit? I know they usually don't hear that, but we can barely hear you.
Are you calling in on the party line?
Yes.
Yeah.
Your connection is different than the others. That will make this presentation difficult.
Do you want me to go through the computer instead?
Chris, I will, give me a minute and I will call you. If you hang up 2901, I'll call you back.
I'll hang up.
Okay. I'll put him on this phone.
Thank you.
Just takes a while for my phone to recognize me
No, for
in a
sure.
mask.
Just this is too long of a presentation to not be able to hear him.
Take this.
Besides, we deliver 8 to 6 when we can hear people. So.
Try again.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, my, better.
Little bit.
Hold on. I have it all the way up.
Okay.
Okay?
I think that's better.
Okay, I'll try to speak clearly and directly into the phone.
That's better.
And I know you've been here for a long time, so I will provide this hopefully in quick time. I guess what I'm going to do tonight is remind you of how we got to the point where we're at. I'm going to provide the summary of the findings of the redevelopment plan and program document. I'm going to provide the objectives of the redevelopment plan and program, outline land use plan to include uses and the phasing schedule, and then let you know what lies ahead as we go through the process of trying to adopt the new TIF 6. What you see on the screen in the project area, you'll remember it from the feasibility study. It's comprised of 30 parcels. It's about 12.25 acres in size. And just so you know, the certified EAV for 2019 of the subject redevelopment area was about $1.4 million. And you'll recall the last time we met in June, I presented the feasibility study findings. In order to designate a TIF district and actually create the plan and program in advance of doing so, you need to meet certain standards set forth in the Act. The first and foremost is a conservation area TIF. You have to prove at least 50% of the structures are at least 35 years old. In our case, we had about 87.5% of all the structures, and 93% of the principal buildings meet that criterion. You now have to meet another 3 additional factors set forth in the Act. In our case, we met 4. With respect to the deterioration of existing structures and surface improvement, there was, and what I mean to say by meeting them, you don't have to find every parcel or every building would fit into that condition, but these factors have to exist in a meaningful extent and are regionally distributed throughout the project area. Those are terms that are key and are right in the statute itself. So again, to a meaningful extent and legally distributed. We met the deterioration factor. We met that structure don't meet minimum code. There's proven lack of community planning, and that with respect to EAV, you have to be one of these two, has declined 3 of the last 5 years. That's the district itself. For 3 of the last 5 years, the EAV has declined, or that the EAV over the district has lagged behind the remainder of the community for 3 of the last 5 years. In our case, there was 4 of the last 5 years with respect to that factor. The program findings are essentially that, based on building permit history and over the last couple decades and trending development and lack thereof, that one should not reasonably expect the area to be developed consistent with the city plans and policies without adoption of the plan. The area has just generally not been subject to growth. You also have to prove up, and we did, that the redevelopment plan conforms to the city's comprehensive plan. Also, there is a criteria in the conservation area statute that if there is a displacement planned of 10 or more existing housing units, or if there's at least 75 existing housing units within the redevelopment area, a housing impact study must be completed. Our findings are that no such study is required, and finally that the plan is written and the development phasing is such that the redevelopment of the plan implementation shouldn't be completed within 23 years. There are certain objectives, obviously, within a plan, and all these are consistent with our existing comprehensive plan. But first of all, we want to encourage higher density residential projects, especially the downtown business district. We want to encourage mixed use residential/commercial development, such as infilling and redeveloping on the utilized properties. We want to see more Main Street or State Main Street, Wilson Street, street-level building spaces for commercial enterprises. We want to be able to address the deterioration that we found in the building stock and the surface improvement. We want to look at, while doing so, keeping conscious of our historic preservation goals. We're trying to encourage remodeling projects over demolition. We want to make sure that any such projects are consistent and in conformance with our existing land development regulations. We want to coordinate land use and transportation planning. The last 3 objectives listed were we want to enhance the marketability of our vacant unutilized properties, create a safe and attractive pedestrian environment, and encourage public and private partnership. With respect to land use in the redevelopment project area, the entire redevelopment project area is generally planned to be mixed use with respect to building occupancy. So we're looking at commercial type uses on the ground floor, retail, restaurant, office, services, and on above street level floors, we're talking about residential. Now the land use plan, although it doesn't have differentiation concerning use, again, all commercial, residential, mixed use, it does separate out different sub areas related to density of residential use. So as you can see on this map that's on the screen, there's one area, the one Washington Place, where maximum density is 90 dwelling units per acre. The OWP plan, as you just approved today, that is consistent with that density. The next level down are the properties located along East Wilson Street from South River to and include the 206, the former Marathon gas station at the southeast corner of South Washington and East Wilson. We're looking at 45 dwelling units per acre for that area maximum, and then the remaining area within the redevelopment project area, we're maximizing density for residential uses at 30 dwelling units per acre. The redevelopment plan also contemplates a phasing for redevelopment. You've got the map kind of tells the picture with 1,000 words. And you can tell that the first and foremost phase that would occur within the first 5 years is 1 Washington Place. Second phase, we expect to be the 206 former Marathon gas station site. The third phase is kind of separated into 4 different type of phases, or 4 separate phases. The first one, which we're just calling phase 3, involves 2 of the parcels that are presently vacant that we bought from Larson Becker on the east side of River Street. The next phase within phase 3, we're calling phase 3A1. That's essentially the hard corner, the northeast corner of North River Street and State Street. Although that's probably a prime redevelopment property, and one might think we should target that for an earlier phasing, it does involve multiple property owners, so we expect that that may be prolonged. Where in the case of phase 3, the city-owned properties on North River at 18 and 118 and 124, city owns those. We have a better ability, obviously, to convert those into redevelopment opportunities. Phase 3A2, that's the old Domino's building and the adjacent former Furniture Dolly's building. Those are actually 2 buildings on 1 parcel. We expect that to develop next, and that's still within the first 10 years of the redevelopment project. And then finally, the city property at the northeast corner, the northeast corner of Spring and North River Street is a small parcel that the city owns, where we demolished the building back in 2007. Phase 4 is out on East Wilson Street, and it runs to the very furthest east of the redevelopment project area where it intersects with North Van Buren Street. That is primarily the Fultos properties. The largest piece is kind of L-shaped, or maybe P-shaped is a better way to describe it. Then the next property immediately east of that vacant piece is also owned by Fultos. And then finally the corner property, Ketty Corner from the Berkeley Shopping Center, which is owned by another party. We think that that's a good opportunity to put all that land together and create a redevelopment site there in and of itself. The final phase 5, would be at the southeast corner of South River Street in East Wilson. Right now, that's the Art Stop parking lot, presently used by the boardwalk lot. Give you an idea what the build-out conditions would be. Here's the potential build-out values. So for phase 1 Washington Place, we know what that is. That's the 186 dwelling units and 16,550 square foot of commercial. All the other phases are estimates based on about what we think is a reasonable amount of square feet of commercial space that would be viable and rentable, and then taking about 90% of maximum density for the given site, per the square feet of site. So without going through all of them, they're in front of you. You can see where we got our numbers. So we're looking at, at full build-out, and that's ambitious, but we should plan for maximum build-out. Whether it occurs or not, it gives you a better idea of what potential EAV you could have, and then you back your costs in. So you could have as many as 350 units, including the 186 that is being approved tonight. You could have, 350 units within the downtown and another 52,000 square feet of commercial. If this did occur, and if it occurred at about the time frame we're estimating per the previous slide, if you look at the phases and the fifth year would occur, and then you apply a 3% real estate market value annual increase, by the time you're at 2044, you're having nearly $48 million in EAV within the new redevelopment agreement, or rather redevelopment area. That's against the $1.4 million that was certified for 2019. So finally, what we're doing moving forward, we just adopted the inducement resolution, which basically says, as was stated, you are putting people on notice, including the taxing body, that you expect, or you may very well spend some money, or at least commit money, including obligations, in this case bonds, that will be paid out of the TIF fund in advance of these obligations or these commitments or even expenditures would occur because of this resolution. That could occur and still be reimbursed even before the TIF has been designated. That's what that inducement resolution just did. You have two more ordinances you need to adopt in fairly short order. The first one is setting the date and time of the public hearing and to convene the Joint Review Board. Another ordinance will establish an interested parties registry. Thereafter, you publish notice requesting alternative proposals. That's required by law. You convene the Joint Review Board. Again, we expect this to occur mid-fall, maybe September timeframe. Or I'm sorry, the Joint Review Board probably meets later. Provide the public notice to conduct a public hearing. The public hearing we think will occur around the end of October. And then finally, and we may wait till after the 1st of January to do this, we have to approve the ordinances that create the TIF. You approve the redevelopment plan and program. That's the document that was sent out, which includes a feasibility study as an exhibit. You adopt debt income and financing, and you also establish a TIF system. So I know I went through that kind of quickly. The document is, you have it in hand. It's written according to Hoyle. I mean, basically templated based on statutory requirements. It has been reviewed by our TIF attorney, and that's where we're at. So are there any questions?
Anybody?
Hello?
Alan.
Go ahead, Marty.
Yeah, thanks for the explanation on the staging of the proposals. I believe that was one of the misinformation pieces that was put out, was that the city is advocating for this spot, this spot, this spot with specific developments. We are not.
Yeah, I'm not sure I heard that question. I think what I heard someone ask is that are we advocating specific projects? What the plan does is it outlines potential redevelopment opportunities that were based on the phasing we provided. Now, there are other parcels that will no doubt redevelop, or at least be small-scale redevelopment, like remodeling or rehab, that'll occur. But what we did in pointing out 9 opportunities through the phasing schedule is either single or aggregated parcels that are large enough that would provide an opportunity for a fairly wholesale redevelopment. When it comes to the alternative proposals, we only have one proposal at hand right now, and that is the one Washington Place. But anybody could provide a proposal indicating a different redevelopment opportunity.
Correct. No, it was just that the information was out there that a couple residents that I know of were panicked that there were 7 high-rises being voted on tonight.
No, there are not 7 high-rises being voted on tonight. This
No, I know, and that's where it has to be said clearly.
Definitely. Thank you for making that clarification.
Anyone else?
Can people hear me?
Yes?
Go ahead. Can't tell who that was.
I think it's Chris. Oh, Chris's microphone is on here. I just muted him on the... Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, that's not working for me.
Yes, we can hear you, Chris.
Okay. So I wasn't able to hear the question. Could someone give it to me again?
So the question was that there was a lot, amongst the misinformation that was being spread out there was that this, what you have presented is we are proposing that these specific types of development, we're approving those to be built tonight, as opposed to what this is a study of what the potential would be for justifying establishing this TIF district, that certain elements exist here, and based on the available properties that are there for development, we could foresee that maybe someone might propose something like this.
Sure, I mean, it's just like a land use plan. You adopt a comprehensive land use plan, you indicate what you're amenable to, what makes sense. And then when you slap zoning on top of it, that provides some entitlement as well as some restrictions. So that's really the purpose of the redevelopment plan, is to talk about what could be, and you need to estimate what your EAV will be so you know what part of the program, it's a plan and a program. The program aspect of it is how are you going to be trying to redevelop these sites and generate tax increment. That's what the tax increment financing fund, the allocation fund, is about, adding increment into the fund. When you know about what you have in the fund, you can better estimate what you can take on as cost. So, except for the one Washington Place, we really don't have real detailed plans, and in some cases no plans, for these projects, these opportunity sites. So our plan, this document you've got in front of you, simply says this is kind of a what-if scenario under this type of land use building occupancy and under this kind of residential density. In some cases, our estimates associated with commercial square feet were based on how is this going to park itself, and in other cases, it's how much commercial area is really viable. I guess you could plan for 200,000 square feet of commercial, but that would be an unrealistic and to some extent lack credibility in the plan.
Exactly. Okay.
But no, we're not. The plan doesn't indicate you're approving this project. And if something comes up that says, say Craig Fultos or Jester Properties owns the 206 Marathon, or the old Marathon building at 206 East Wilson, and he comes in and he has a project that only has 12 residential units and 2,500 square feet of commercial. It's permitted under zoning. It's not absolutely consistent with the build-out plan, but it's a proposal, and if it makes sense to the council, you could approve it. But you still approve it under the same way, whether there was a TIF there or not.
Right.
Unless they're asking for money, of course, for incentive. But if, in either case, you approve the development on its own merit, does it meet the plan? Does it go through and get approvals for site design, for architecture, for zoning? It doesn't change your authority at all on that. You still oversee the development process on a property-by-property basis, notwithstanding what's shown in this plan.
Okay. And this is just a presentation, so Chris, we're not asking for anybody to take a vote on anything tonight, correct?
No, what this is for us to have a document that the council has seen, and then now take it through the process.
Right.
Through the JRB, through the public hearing. Likely the next time you see this plan will be after it's gone through those processes and for your consideration in advance of adopting the ordinances.
Right.
Okay, any other questions? If not, we will move on to...
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
We will move on to item number 12, Resolution 20-99-R, approving a contract with EX2 Technologies for the design engineering of communication shelter at the Paramount Substation for an amount not to exceed $30,351.31. Alderman O'Brien?
So with the Northeastern Paramount Substation, we have to rebuild the Paramount Substation. Paramount Substation is being shared with the fiber optic. We have 7 cables of fiber optic because the fiber optic was servicing only our electric utility. Over the course of a few years, our fiber optic has been expanding and it's servicing other clients. And since we're going to rebuild this Paramount Substation, staff thought it was a good idea to separate fiber optic from the electric utility. So this here before us is just asking us to build a new housing for the fiber optic utility that is expanding. That's pretty much it. And then there's a couple of things in here, some technical things, telling us about shutdowns. You know, if we get this done, they'll do the shutdowns in the evening for the fiber optic. When the fiber optic is completed, then we'll be able to, at our leisure, do the Paramount Substation reconstruction. And so for the $30,000, $30,351.31, we're looking to do EX Technology to do the work and cancel our task order that we have with, I forget who they
PSC,
are.
Power System Engineering.
Yes. So that pretty much, I think, sums it up.
Yep.
So, anybody have any questions or concerns or observations?
My usual question, how much was in the budget and is this within budgeted amount?
So this was already authorized, or similar task was already authorized for $30,000. So it's all budgeted, $30,000 was budgeted already.
Okay.
In the budget. So it's $351 more. So
Fair enough.
we have enough money available because a lot of projects that we plan are not going forward due to the COVID and slowing down overall in the construction.
If I don't ask my normal question, people think I'm not paying attention.
No, you
You're paying attention?
I'm always paying attention.
So I do have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Do we have a master service agreement with
Yes,
EX Squared?
we have.
We do,
I
okay.
believe they used to be called something else, and then they changed the name to, or they merged with somebody else and become EX Square. So I have added, this is the first task order as task order 1.
Right.
So we already have a master service.
Okay. Also, the additional cost, not a big deal, but the reason we're going with them is because they can also build it.
Yes.
And so it's kind of a design build, but they still have to be lowest qualified
Right.
bidder, correct?
They actually provided, to be fair, they actually provided a cost to be the design build guy, and staff rejected it because we said, we don't want you to build it, we want you to bid on it separately and become the lowest bidder.
Right.
So we rejected that. It's a revised proposal that you are looking at only for
Mhm.
design engineering.
And so one last thing, there was commissioning that was delayed. Why is that?
So there are some parts that were missing when the switchgear was shipped. There were some parts missing. You don't find that until you hook up everything and you go through the testing. And remember, council approved Siemens to do the testing. And during the
Right.
testing, we found that some of the items were missing. So we have reached out to the vendor to ship us those parts. And once we get the parts, we'll put everything together and then go through the final testing again. So end of this month is the final testing being scheduled at this time.
For all the commissioning.
For the commissioning of the Northeast substation.
Anybody else have anything? Anybody care to make a motion?
Second.
Moved by Miller, second by Chanzit. We'll do a voice vote.
Roll call.
No, you have to do roll call with
We'll
people.
do a roll call.
Miller,
Aye.
Misato,
Aye.
Beck,
Aye.
Knopf,
Aye.
Chanzit,
Aye.
Barron,
Aye.
Wolf,
Aye.
O'Brien,
Aye.
Callahan,
Aye.
Meitzler,
Aye.
Malay,
Aye.
Ewer,
Aye.
Saron absent, and McFadden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay, thank you.
Probably put that on consent agenda.
Yeah, we can put that one on consent. That's fine.
Thank you.
Next up is item number 13, Resolution 20-100-R, approving a contract with Sargent and Lundy for design and construction engineering services of 34 kV breaker replacements at the northeast, southeast, and main substation for the amount not to exceed $309,862.
This is, there's a lot to this, but we have already purchased the breakers. There's a couple of things in here. I'm just going to have you take it, Rahat, so I don't have to repeat it, and then you repeat it. So I'll let you just take it all, but I have a number of questions behind it.
Okay. So, council last month, I believe it's last month, or last month, I think, approved with Siemens to purchase 11 breakers. So that was about $350,000. Now that we are going to get the breakers, it's not a plug and play. You can't just take out the old breakers and put the new breakers in. The breakers have changed over the years, so they have become bigger or different sizes. So we have to modify our foundation to fit in these new breakers. So you're kind of seeing it a little late because we have gone and back and forth with Siemens and also with this consultant to discuss how we can use the existing foundation so that we are not ripping it out. Ripping it out sounds pretty easy coming from a civil engineering standpoint and putting a new one in, but you also have to have electricity going on throughout the city. So we kind of looking at options at buying or manufacturing some kind of adapter plates which will go on the existing foundation and the breakers will sit on it. So this proposal actually has some of those things built into that. Siemens is also looking at it independently, or some kind of adapter plates. The consultant has some hours built in, which is quite a bit, to design those adapter plates. So we talked to the consultant quite a bit. We were surprised by the number of hours that they proposed to do the adapter plates. I'll be honest about that. So this is a not to exceed contract, which means that they will just bill us only for the hours that they are going to spend on the project. So we are pursuing both the opportunity with Siemens and also with the consultant. Our preference is to go with Siemens. If Siemens are the manufacturer of the breakers itself, if they can manufacture those adapter plates, then we will only use the consultant to review those adapter plates, not design it. So the number of hours that you are seeing from the consultant will go down considerably. I mean, it's quite a bit of hours if they were going to design it. So that's one part of it. And it's not, again, as I said, and I don't come from the electrical background. I'm like, it's breakers, you take it out, put it back. You know, what's so difficult? Gary and I, we were talking about it. And there is more to it, you know, like you have to do the wire design, you have to do all the controls design. You know, there is like a lot of these things go behind the scene, which, you know, Gary and I didn't see, but we obviously have Bob and Moose who are pretty knowledgeable about electrical system design. So we picked their brain and we said, you know, does it look reasonable to you guys? They said, yeah, it does look reasonable. So the numbers shocked us, I'll be honest. So we went back and forth with the consultant. We are in agreement, it's a not to exceed contract, which means they will bill us as they spend the hours. They will not bill us for anything they don't spend. So we have asked them that they have to provide their timesheets to make sure. The amount is to design, first of all, do all those controls and everything for the breakers, and also do a bid document for the contractor to come in, put in the plates, sequencing all that which feeder they will take out the breakers first, which one they will replace and all that. So there is this whole construction document that you have to produce for a contractor to look at and bid on it to really do the construction portion of it. So it's to design all those. And then also during the construction, we are kind of lean stuff, that we have, actually at this point, we have only one electrical engineer other than me managing the electrical engineer and the projects. Moose has been promoted to become the operation manager, but he's still wearing two hats. He's still helping out on the engineering side, and he's also managing the operation side of it. So we don't have people, or we don't have qualified people to oversee the construction of all this, replacing the breakers. So Sargent and Lundy, they are going to provide that construction engineering through this proposal too. And again, it's as needed basis. They are not going to be there all the time. If the contractor has any question, I believe Sargent and Lundy has an office in Warrenville, so pretty close by, so they will show up. And again, charge us for the hours that they are going to spend. So it's for design and construction engineering portion of it. Obviously, there will be another contract coming in when we bid it out for the contractor to come and build all that. So it's for that proposal.
Any questions or concerns with anyone? So you answered my own question, Rahat, regarding why we didn't buy the same size breakers.
Yeah, it doesn't come in the same size, It's the same Toyota Corolla if you buy 20 years ago, and now it's different size, I guess.
And so it's a safety deal also because of the Coronas involved, because
Right.
the mechanisms we were able to solve that issue. It was just the
Right.
Coronas involved. It became a safety issue that we're doing this.
Yes.
And this is only for construction engineering. This is not for construction. Construction will be in 2021, and that'll be another, you'll come before us one more time.
So those are the things we kind of talked about. There may be a window of opportunity in December or November, I would say, if we can get the bid out, get the bids back in, and council approves it. There may be a little window in November when the contractor may come in and do just the main sub, because in main sub we have to put a new foundation in. So there may be a window of opportunity there to put that in, but most of it will happen probably in early 2021.
And one last question. The commissioning at the Northeast Distribution Substation was delayed also. Why is that?
That's the same thing that we talked about.
Paramount, it's the same thing? Because they mentioned here COVID that was part of the delay.
No, that's the same thing, COVID, because, there was some parts missing for the switchgear, and we reached out to the vendor, and they didn't have all their people working, so they, rather than taking usual 4 to 8 weeks, they're now taking 8 to 12 weeks to give us all those parts. So.
I laugh because everything gets blamed on COVID. Whenever there's a delay, COVID. But, okay.
I'm not sure, but I say that everything is at half the speed except the construction. But even construction, like we had our weekly meeting at Main Street today. He was talking about getting some structures, and he said they go to this vendor, trying to remember the name. And normally he gets it in 2 days. Now he's like 3 weeks behind, Not sure, is it like a lot of construction going on, or he doesn't have enough people to build it? So everything is half the speed, as I say, materials are not easy to find.
Right.
So.
Anyone care to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Knopp, second by Janzit. Roll call vote, please.
Knopf,
Aye.
Shanzit,
Aye.
Barron,
Aye.
Wolf,
Aye.
O'Brien,
Aye.
Callahan,
Aye.
Meitzler,
Aye.
Malay, Malay,
Aye.
Ewer,
Aye.
Saron absent. McFadden,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Risotto,
Aye.
and Beck. Aye. Motion carried, 13-0.
Probably consent agenda.
I'd be okay with consent if you want on that. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rahat.
Thanks for hanging in there, Rohan.
Yes, thank you, Rahat.
You have Laura, project
Rahat,
status?
how much sleep have you had in the last 2 days?
Like watching paint dry.
Yeah. Laura, you have 38 seconds for project status. I want to be done by 11.
I have an important question that I would like to ask because many residents contacted the city today due to the widespread damage caused by these storms to ask if we were going to do an additional brush collection. Ordinarily, when we have events like this, let's say a flooding incident, it affects one particular section of our city. Based upon what we have seen, I got 65 text messages yesterday for callouts. It is widespread and throughout the city. Scott Haynes estimates that doing an additional brush collection is probably gonna, he's just estimating the cost between $30,000 and $35,000 to do that additional brush collection. So I would ask if you want us to move forward with that. I could poll all of you, and based upon that response, if it's unanimous or near unanimous, that we could do that as like we have this thing where we can do an emergency repair type of thing if we need to, and get that approved at the next city council meeting, which is Monday. I'm just wondering how people feel about that. It's a lot of money. There will be a brush pickup in September, so we could just have it laying in the parkways for the next few weeks. But otherwise, we would be spending $35,000.
Yeah, I mean,
The
driving
amounts
around.
That I saw yesterday were just unreal, and that's just in my own neighborhood and in my ward. A lot of people didn't have enough room to put everything in the parkway, so it's blocking sidewalks. I tried to stop and tell people to make sure they didn't get into the streets, because a lot of it, just dragging the stuff over, they were blocking streets and drain grates and everything else. So I think we need to do this, and I think we need to figure out, we have to figure out where it comes from, we have to figure that out, but I can't imagine leaving this stuff out there for a month.
Yeah, I mean, and even going out even a couple hours after the storm and seeing how much people had already taken out to the curb. Yeah, it's,
And there's still a lot of damage to be brought.
yeah.
Is there anyone participating in this meeting this evening that is opposed to spending up to $35,000 for an additional brush collection?
Can we just do a bunch of bonfires?
Oh, don't go there.
Can I ask?
Is there any chance to move the brush collection up a month?
We just had one this month.
Yeah, we just had them the
Just-
last week and this week were the brush collections, August 3rd and August 10th, as luck would have it.
I thought it was the end of the month.
Sadly, no.
Was it
Checked it this
Beginning-
morning.
Because we took a month off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know we didn't do it in July, right?
It was the first 2 weeks. I believe that's what was on the website.
Yes.
Yes, was the west side already completed before the storm hit today?
Yes. So all brush was to be out at the curb
On Monday.
by Monday at
Okay.
7 a.m.
So it was all picked up and then just to be filled right
I
up.
know, I know. And the last thing that I would like to say is I'd be completely remiss today if I didn't call out the extraordinary efforts of all the departments of the city, really. When we heard that this storm was coming in and it had this special designation, a PDS storm, that it was really going to be a significant event, we sent non-essential employees home at 1 p.m. because we didn't know if they were going to be able to get home after this storm blew through. But the Public Works, multiple departments within Public Works, the Police Department, my goodness, those people in the Records Department, you can imagine the number of phone calls that they had to field, and then to dispatch out all of the on-call personnel. 100% of our electric crew worked 16 hours to try to restore power, and then those events lasted into this morning. We had some additional transformers that blew out on the east side, so they had to keep working on those. And when you read newspaper articles about ComEd customers, that there's still tens of thousands of people without power, and that it might not be restored until Saturday, it makes me incredibly grateful that we've got this awesome team that we have here. And so I just want to say a big thank you to everyone.
I got visited this afternoon by an insurance adjuster for one of the big companies, and he was telling me the word amongst the group is that there was well over $1 million in damage done in Batavia yesterday. We had several houses that had trees into them and in the windows, a lot of roof damage, and there's just a lot of stuff. He says he added it all up. He says, I bet we'll have over $1 million here. And I don't know, I'm just like Laura, I've had the whole day everybody wanting to know, are you going to give us a brush? Please give us a brush pickup, because everybody's got the same problem going.
Hey, Laura, to your point with the electric utility also.
Yes.
Is, you know, we lost power for maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, my wife was like, if we had ComEd, we'd be without power for a few days.
Right.
And that is kudos to our electric utility, and it's a selling point we have for all industrial users is,
Yeah.
you know.
And the partnership, the street crew is out there helping to get the tree out of the way so that the linemen can get in there and fix the lines. And I think they're really, a lot of times, unsung heroes.
Absolutely.
Alderman Wolf has some neighbors to the south of him that I don't think they still have their electricity back on.
Right, and that's where
McKinley and
my
Walnut.
backyard borders the
to your
township
south.
area, and that's all
Right.
ComEd in there. And when the trees came down, they took down the ComEd lines. Thankfully, in the neighborhood, the majority of the lines are all underground in my neighborhood where it really took some heavy damage.
Yeah.
I mean, from my house west out to Millview, pretty much a direct line towards your house, Keenan. And then halfway through it, in between us, there was hail all over a backyard, which I saw nowhere else in any of the pictures or anywhere where I was yesterday.
There was a report of a hanging tornado over Engstrom.
Right, somebody on Main Street turned around, you know, that was the report I saw, was that they turned around right in the middle of Main Street because they saw this thing hanging out over the top of that corner at the end of Millview. Pretty amazing what it took down.
They went right across the river and did a bunch over on Pine Street near Alderman Barron's house, and your neighborhood took a lot of damage too over there.
Yeah, we were out of power for over 12 hours, and then we had flickering all morning.
Yeah, if you laid a ruler on it, it looked like there was some kind of a straight line event that came in right just about over the West Side Fire Station and just went southwest or southeast through Batavia and did a lot of damage on both the east and the west sides in that straight line. Walnut, Morton, Pine Street.
South Jefferson had
South Jefferson, South Van Buren had some pretty good damage. There was a lot of that. It was south of Wilson Street largely, but north of Wilson Street there was a lot of trees down too, but nothing like to the south.
Yeah, Woodland Hills was really bad this morning,
right.
Walking up it, debris all over the place.
That was, but the intensity on the south side was bigger and better than the north side. Alderman Wolf, I think you were right in the smack dab center of it.
Yeah, it's very strange. I told a bunch of people I want to get my drone out and get up above the neighborhood and see if I can see the real path, because when I stand up in the back corner of my house and look to the southwest, all I see is a big gaping hole through what were trees. You know, to the southwest, there's nothing left there.
Alderman Miller, did you have a question?
Yeah, I did. I do see in my notes here now, I've got, to my ward was brush pickup was starting on August 10th on the west side of town. I know it doesn't help with the east side, because I was just wondering about my neighbor's brush has been out there for a couple of weeks now, and it's still there. So they must now just be starting on the west side of town.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
possible. I've got to
That's what I was
back
gonna
over
ask
by
if-
us, too.
I was gonna ask if we've already had brush pickup. I was like, I know a bunch of people whose brush has been sitting out there for a couple of weeks, so.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So really, we're really only talking about the east side of town needing an extra brush pickup.
Possibly, I'll look into it.
Okay.
Yeah, see how.
What I hear from you guys is, it is what it is. Whatever we
Yeah.
gotta do to get that
Right.
brush picked up, we'll get it picked up.
Yeah.
And it may
Because-
take them longer on the west
Yes.
side.
Because of this now.
Right,
Because of this.
right.
And realize that there's a lot of trees that are broken.
And still
not
hanging.
down yet, or
Yep.
haven't been done yet. So that's still gonna be another brush
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
pile that happens. Anything else?
Bonfire.
I just have one other that I wanted to mention. I know it's really late tonight, but I want to say that, I don't know if everybody saw this, but up on Batavia Avenue and Wilson Street, the clock is working again. And that's thanks to Michael Marconi and also former city employee John West, got that up and running again.
Nice.
So, I just wanted to point that out. Take a look
One of
next
your
time you go
things.
by.
Like, come on, clockwork.
Been a long time since it worked.
And then I noticed.
I've got a question now.
It's gotta
Joe?
start a long time
There
ago.
was an email I think we all got this week from one of our residents who's still struggling with unemployment as a result of COVID and stay home and jobs disappearing, asking questions about utility payment and payment plans. I thought we
I
had.
got a reply from her. She said that she didn't even ask yet, so she was
Yeah.
venting before she even asked for help.
And that's what I was wondering. I thought we had something in place that would take care of that and help with that situation.
We do.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Sure.
Copy, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I move we adjourn.
Second. Meeting adjourned. Oh, yeah, first we're gonna vote. All in favor?
Wait for the gas.
Aye.
Aye.
No.